The Vimalakirti Sutra. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra. Chapter 1. The Buddha Land. Translated into Chinese in the Yao Qin dynasty by the Tripitaka master Kumarajiva. Translated from Chinese into English by Charles Luck. The unsurpassed, profound, and wonderful Dharma is difficult to encounter in hundreds of millions of eons. I now see and hear it, receive and uphold it, and I vow to fathom the Tathagata's true meaning. Thus have I heard. Once upon a time, the Buddha sojourned in the Amra Park at Vaisali with an assembly of 8,000 great bhikshus. With them were 32,000 bodhisattvas, who were well known for having achieved all the perfections that lead to the great wisdom. They had received instructions from many Buddhas and formed a Dharma-protecting citadel. By upholding the right Dharma, they could give the lion's roar to teach others. So their names were heard in the 10 directions. They were not invited, but came to the assembly to spread the teaching on the 3 treasures to transmit it in perpetuity. They had overcome all demons and defeated heresies, and their deeds, words, and thoughts were pure and clean, being free from the 5 hindrances and the 10 bonds. They had realized serenity of mind, had achieved unimpeded liberation. They had achieved right concentration and mental stability, thereby acquiring the uninterrupted power of speech. They had achieved all the 6 paramitas: charity or dana, discipline or sila, patience or kshanti, devotion or virya, serenity or dhyana, and wisdom or prajna, as well as the expedient method or upaya of teaching. However, to them, these realizations did not mean any gain whatsoever for themselves, so that they were in line with the patient endurance of the uncreate, anutpatika dharma kshanti. They were able to turn the wheel of the law that never turns back. Being able to interpret the underlying nature of phenomena, they knew very well the roots or propensities of all living beings. They surpassed them all and realized fearlessness. They had cultivated their minds by means of merits and wisdom with which they embellished their physical features, which were unsurpassable, thus giving up all earthly adornments. Their towering reputation exceeded the height of Mount Sumeru. Their profound faith in the uncreate was unbreakable like a diamond. Their treasures of the Dharma illuminated all lands and rained down nectar. Their speeches were profound and unsurpassable. They entered deep into all worldly causes, but cut off all heretical views, for they were already free from all dualities and had rooted out all previous habits. They were fearless and gave the lion's roar to proclaim the Dharma, their voices being like thunder. They could not be gauged, for they were beyond all measures. They had amassed all treasures of the Dharma and acted like skillful seafaring pilots. They were well versed in the profound meanings of all dharmas. They knew very well the mental states of all living beings and their comings and goings within the realms of existence. They had reached the state near the unsurpassed sovereign wisdom of all Buddhas, having acquired the 10 fearless powers giving complete knowledge and the 18 different characteristics of a Buddha as compared with bodhisattvas. Although they were free from rebirth in evil existences, they appeared in 5 mortal realms as royal physicians to cure all ailments, prescribing the right medicine in each individual case, thereby winning countless merits to embellish countless Buddha lands. Each living being derived great benefit from seeing and hearing them, for their deeds were not in vain. Thus they had achieved all excellent merits. Their names were the Bodhisattva beholding all things as equal, the Bodhisattva beholding all things as unequal, the Bodhisattva beholding all things as equal, yet as unequal, the Bodhisattva of sovereign serenity, the Bodhisattva of sovereign Dharma, the Bodhisattva of Dharma aspects, the Bodhisattva of light, the Bodhisattva of glorious light, the Bodhisattva of great majesty, the Bodhisattva store of treasures, the Bodhisattva store of rhetoric, the Bodhisattva of precious hands, the Bodhisattva of precious mudra, the hand-rising Bodhisattva, the hand-lowering Bodhisattva, the always grieved Bodhisattva, the Bodhisattva root of joy, the Bodhisattva prince of joy, the Bodhisattva discerner of sound, the Bodhisattva womb of space, the Bodhisattva holding the precious torch, the Bodhisattva of precious boldness, the Bodhisattva of precious insight, the Bodhisattva of Indrajala, the Bodhisattva net of light, the Bodhisattva of causeless contemplation, the Bodhisattva of accumulated wisdom, the Bodhisattva precious conqueror, the Bodhisattva king of heavens, the Bodhisattva destroyer of demons, the Bodhisattva with lightning merits, the Bodhisattva of sovereign comfort, the Bodhisattva of majestic merits, the Bodhisattva of the lion's roar, the Bodhisattva of thundering voice, the Bodhisattva with a voice like rocks knocking one another, the Bodhisattva fragrant elephant, the Bodhisattva white fragrant elephant, the Bodhisattva of constant devotion, the Bodhisattva of unremitting care, the Bodhisattva of wonderful rebirth, the Bodhisattva garland, the Bodhisattva of Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva Mahastama, the Bodhisattva Brahmajala, the Bodhisattva of precious staff, the unconquerable Bodhisattva, the Bodhisattva of majestic land, the Bodhisattva with a golden topknot, the Bodhisattva with a pearl in his topknot, the Bodhisattva Maitreya, and Bodhisattva Manjushri, and other Bodhisattvas numbering in all 32,000. There were also 10,000 Brahma Devas, including Mahadeva Sikhin, coming from the four quarters to hear about the Dharma. There were as well 12,000 kings of heavens, who came from the four quarters to sit in the assembly. There were also other devas of awe-inspiring majesty, dragons, spirits, yaksas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kinnaras, and maharagas who came to sit in the assembly. Many bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasakas, and upasikas also came to the assembly. Thus, surrounded by an incalculable number of people circumambulating to pay their respects, the Buddha was about to expound the Dharma. Like the towering Mount Sumeru emerging from the great ocean, he sat comfortably on the lion throne, eclipsing the imposing assembly. A son of an elder, called Ratnarasi, came with 500 sons of elders, with canopies decorated with the 7 gems, to pay respects and offer them to him. By using his transcendental powers, the Buddha transformed all the canopies into a single one, which contained the great Chilakasam with Mount Sumeru and all the concentric ranges around it, great seas, rivers, streams, the sun, the moon, planets and stars, and the palaces of devas, dragons, and holy spirits appeared in the precious canopy, which also covered all the Buddhas who were expounding the Dharma in the 10 directions. All those present who witnessed the Buddha's supernatural powers praised the rare occurrence which they had never seen before, brought their palms together, and gazed at him without pausing for an instant. Thereupon Ratnarasi chanted the following gatha of praise.
I salute him, whose eyes are broad like the green lotus, whose mind is unchanging and serene, who has accumulated countless pure deeds that lead all beings to the extinction of mortality. I have seen the great saint use his transcendental powers to create in the 10 directions countless lands in which Buddhas still proclaim the Dharma. All this has the assembly seen and heard. The power of thy Dharma surpasses all beings and bestows on them the wealth of the law. With great skill thou discernest all, whilst unmoved in reality. Thou art from all phenomena released. Hence to the King of Dharma I bow down. Thou teachest neither is nor is not, for all things by causes are created. There is neither self, nor doing, nor thing done, but good or evil karma is infallible. Under the bow tree thou conquered Mara, obtained ambrosia, realized nirvana, and won Bodhi. From mind, thought, and feeling art thou free, thereby overcoming heresies, turning thrice in the chilocosm the wheel of the law that is pure and clean at heart. To this gods and men who were saved attested. Thus the 3 treasures appeared in the Saha world to save living beings with this profound Dharma, which, when applied, fails never to nirvana lead. Thou art the King Physician who destroys old age, illness, and death. So thine unfathomable Dharma of boundless merits I salute, while, like Mount Sumeru, thou art unmoved by both praise and censure. Thy compassion is extended to both good and evil men. Like space, thy mind remains impartial. Does not anyone revere this human Buddha after hearing about him? I have offered him a small canopy which encloses the great chilocosm, with palaces of gods, dragons, and spirits, Gandharvas, Yaksas, and others, such as well as all the kings in this world. With mercy he used his 10 powers to make this change. The witnesses praise the Buddha. I bow to the most honored one in the 3 realms. The whole assembly now take refuge in the King of the Law. Those gazing at him are filled with joy, each seeing the Bhagavat before him. 'Tis one of his 18 characteristics. When he proclaims the Dharma with unchanging voice, all beings understand according to their natures, saying the Bhagavat speaks their own languages. 'Tis one of his 18 characteristics. When he expounds the Dharma in one voice, they understand according to their versions, deriving great benefit from what they have gathered. 'Tis one more of his 18 characteristics. When he expounds the Dharma in one voice, some are filled with fear, others are joyful, some hate it, while others are from doubts relieved. 'Tis one of his 18 characteristics. I bow to the possessor of 10 powers. I bow to him who has achieved fearlessness, acquiring all 18 characteristics. I bow to him who guides others like a pilot. I bow to him who has untied all bonds. I bow to him who has reached the other shore. I bow to him who can all worlds deliver. I bow to him who from birth and death is free, who knows how living beings come and go, and penetrates all things to win his freedom, who, skillful in nirvanic deeds, cannot be soiled like the lotus, who plumbs the depths of everything without hindrance. I vow to him who, like space, relies on nothing.
After chanting the Gatha, Ratnarasi said to the Buddha,
World-honored one, these 500 sons of elders have set their minds on seeking supreme enlightenment, Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. They all wish to know how to win the pure and clean land of the Buddha. Will the world-honored one teach us the bodhisattva deeds that lead to the realization of the Pure Land?
The Buddha said, Excellent, Ratnarasi. It is good that you can ask on behalf of these bodhisattvas about deeds that lead to the realization of the Buddha's Pure Land. Listen carefully and ponder over all what I now tell you. Thereat, Ratnarasi and the 500 sons of elders listened attentively to his instruction. The Buddha said, Ratnarasi, all species of living beings are the Buddha land sought by all bodhisattvas. Why is it so? Because a bodhisattva wins the Buddha land according to the living beings converted by him to the Dharma, according to the living beings tamed by him, according to the country where they will be reborn to realize the Buddha wisdom, and in which they will grow the bodhisattva root. Why is it so? Because a bodhisattva wins the Pure Land solely for the benefit of all living beings. For instance, a man can build palaces and houses on vacant ground without difficulty, but he will fail if he attempts to build them in empty space. So, a bodhisattva, in order to bring living beings to perfection, seeks the Buddha land, which cannot be sought in empty space. Ratnarasi, you should know that the straightforward mind is the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he realizes Buddhahood, beings who do not flatter will be reborn in his land. The profound mind is the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he realizes Buddhahood, living beings who have accumulated all merits will be reborn there. The Mahayana mind is the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he attains Buddhahood, all living beings seeking Mahayana will be reborn there. Charity, or dana, is the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he attains Buddhahood, living beings who can give away to charity will be reborn there. Discipline, or sila, is the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he realizes Buddhahood, living beings who have kept the 10 prohibitions will be reborn there. Patience, or kshanti, is the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he attains Buddhahood, living beings endowed with the 32 excellent physical marks will be reborn there. Devotion, or virya, is the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he attains Buddhahood, living beings who are diligent in their performance of meritorious deeds will be reborn there. Serenity, or dhyana, is the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he attains Buddhahood, living beings whose minds are disciplined and unstirred will be reborn there. Wisdom, or prajna, is the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he attains Buddhahood, living beings who have realized samadhi will be reborn there. The 4 boundless minds are the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he attains Buddhahood, living beings who have practiced and perfected the 4 infinites, kindness, compassion, joy, and indifference, will be reborn there. The 4 persuasive actions are the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he attains Buddhahood, living beings who have benefited from his helpful persuasion will be reborn there. The expedient methods, or upaya, of teaching the absolute truth are the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he attains Buddhahood, living beings conversant with upaya will be reborn there. The 37 contributory states to enlightenment are the bodhisattva's pure land, for when he attains Buddhahood, living beings who have successfully practiced the 4 states of mindfulness the 4 proper lines of exertion, the 4 steps towards supramundane powers, the 5 spiritual faculties, the 5 transcendental powers, the 7 degrees of enlightenment, and the 8-fold noble path will be reborn in his land. Dedication of one's merits to the salvation of others is the Bodhisattva's pure land. For when he attains Buddhahood, his land will be adorned with all kinds of meritorious virtues. Preaching the ending of the 8 sad conditions is the Bodhisattva's pure land. For when he attains Buddhahood, his land will be free from these evil states. To keep the precepts while refraining from criticizing those who do not is the Bodhisattva's pure land. For when he attains Buddhahood, his country will be free from people who break the commandments. The 10 good deeds are the Bodhisattva's pure land. For when he attains Buddhahood, he will not die young. He will be wealthy. He will live purely. His words are true. His speech is gentle. His entourage will not desert him because of his conciliatoriness. His talk is profitable to others, and living beings free from envy and anger and holding right views will be reborn in his land. So, Ratnarasi, because of his straightforward mind, a bodhisattva can act straightforwardly. Because of his straightforward deeds, he realizes the profound mind. Because of his profound mind, his thoughts are kept under control. Because of his controlled thoughts, his acts accord with the Dharma he has heard. Because of his deeds in accord with the Dharma, he can dedicate his merits to the benefit of others. Because of this dedication, he can make use of expedient methods, or upaya. Because of his expedient methods, he can bring living beings to perfection. Because he can bring them to perfection, his Buddha land is pure. Because of his pure Buddha land, his preaching of the Dharma is pure. Because of his pure preaching, his wisdom is pure. Because of his pure wisdom, his mind is pure. And because of his pure mind, all his merits are pure. Therefore, Ratnarasi, if a bodhisattva wants to win the pure land, he should purify his mind. And because of his pure mind, the Buddha land is pure. As Sariputra was fascinated by the Buddha's awe-inspiring majesty, he thought,
if the Buddha land is pure because of the bodhisattva's pure mind, is it because the mind of the world-honored one was not pure when he was still in the bodhisattva stage, that his Buddha land, that is, this world, is so unclean as we see it now?
The Buddha knew of his thought and said to Sariputra, are the sun and the moon not clean when a blind man does not see their cleanliness? Sariputra said,
World-honored one, this is the fault of the blind man and not that of the sun and the moon.
The Buddha said, Sariputra, because of their spiritual blindness, living beings do not see the imposing majesty of the Tathagata's pure land. This is not the fault of the Tathagata. Sariputra, this land of mine is pure, but you do not see its purity. Thereupon, Brahma, with a tuft of hair on his head resembling a conch, said to Sariputra,
Don't think this Buddha land is impure. Why? Because I see that the land of Sakyamuni Buddha is pure and clean, like a heavenly palace.
Sariputra said,
I see that this world is full of hills, mountains, pits, thorns, stones, and earth, which are all unclean.
Brahma said,
Because your mind is up and down and disagrees with the Buddha wisdom, you see that this land is unclean. Sariputra, because a bodhisattva is impartial toward all living beings, and his profound mind is pure and clean in accord with the Buddha Dharma, he can see that this Buddha land is also pure and clean.
Thereat, the Buddha pressed the toes of his right foot on the ground, and the world was suddenly adorned with hundreds and thousands of rare and precious gems of the great Chilakasam. like the precious majestic Buddha's pure land, adorned with countless precious merits, which the assembly praised as never seen before. In addition, each person present found himself seated on a precious lotus throne. The Buddha said to Sariputra, "Look at the majestic purity of this Buddha land of mine." Sariputra said,
"World-honored one, I have never seen and heard of this Buddha land in its majestic purity."
The Buddha said, "This Buddha land of mine is always pure, but appears filthy, so that I can lead people of inferior spirituality to their salvation. This is like the food of devas, which takes various colors according to the merits of each individual eater. So, Sariputra, the man whose mind is pure, sees this world in its majestic purity." When this Buddha land, that is, the world, appeared in its majestic purity, the 500 sons of elders who came with Ratnarasi realized the patient endurance of the uncreate, Anutpatika Dharma Kshante, and 84,000 people developed their minds set on supreme enlightenment, or Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. The Buddha then stopped pressing his toes on the ground, and the world returned to its previous filthy condition. 32,000 devas and men aspiring to the Shravaka stage understood the impermanence of all phenomena, kept from earthly impurities, and achieved the Dharma eye, which sees the truth of the Four Noble Truths. 8,000 bhikshus kept from phenomena and succeeded in putting an end to the stream of transmigration, thus realizing arhatship. The Vimalakirti Nirdesa Sutra, Chapter 2, The Expedient Method, or Upaya, of Teaching. In the great town of Vaisali, there was an elder called Vimalakirti, who had made offerings to countless Buddhas, and had deeply planted all good roots, thereby achieving the patient endurance of the uncreate. His unhindered power of speech enabled him to roam everywhere, using his supernatural powers to teach others. He had achieved absolute control over good and evil influences, or dharani, thereby realizing fearlessness. So he overcame all passions and demons, entered all profound dharma doors to enlightenment, excelled in wisdom perfection, or prajnaparamita, and was well versed in all expedient methods, or upaya, of teaching, thereby fulfilling all great bodhisattva vows. He knew very well the mental propensities of living beings and could distinguish their various spiritual roots. For a long time he had trodden the Buddha path, and his mind was spotless. Since he understood Mahayana, all his actions were based on right thinking. While dwelling in the Buddha's awe-inspiring majesty, his mind was extensive, like the great ocean. He was praised by all Buddhas and revered by Indra and Brahma. As he was set on saving men, he expediently stayed at Vaisali for this purpose. He used his unlimited wealth to aid the poor. He kept all the rules of morality and discipline to correct those breaking the precepts. He used his great patience to teach those giving rise to anger and hate. He taught zeal and devotion to those who were remiss. He used serenity to check stirring thoughts, and employed decisive wisdom to defeat ignorance. Although wearing white clothes of the laity, he observed all the rules of the Sangha. Although a layman, he was free from all attachments to the three worlds of desire, form, and beyond form. although he was married and had children, he was diligent in his practice of pure living. Although a householder, he delighted in keeping from domestic establishments. Although wearing jewels and ornaments, he embellished his body with its majestic spiritual characteristics. Although he ate and drank like others, he delighted in tasting the flavor of meditation. When entering a gambling house, he always tried to teach and deliver people there. He received heretics, but never strayed from the right faith. Though he knew worldly classics, he always took joy in the Buddha Dharma. He was revered by all who met him. He upheld the right Dharma and taught it to old and young people. Although occasionally he realized some profit in his worldly activities, he was not happy about these earnings. While walking in the street, he never failed to convert others to the Dharma. When he entered a government office, he always protected others from injustice. When joining a symposium, he led others to the Mahayana. When visiting a school, he enlightened the students. When entering a house of prostitution, he revealed the sin of sexual intercourse. When going to a tavern, he stuck to his determination to abstain from drinking. When amongst elders, he was the most revered, for he taught them the exalted Dharma. When among upasakas, he was the most respected, for he taught them how to wipe out all desires and attachments. When amongst those of the ruling class, he was the most revered, for he taught them forbearance. When among Brahmins, he was the most revered, for he taught them how to conquer pride and prejudice. When amongst government officials, he was the most revered, for he taught them correct law. When amongst princes, he was the most revered, for he taught them loyalty and filial piety. When in the inner palaces, he was the most revered, for he converted all maids of honor there. When amongst common people, he was the most revered, for he urged them to cultivate all meritorious virtues. When amongst Brahmadevas, he was the most revered, for he urged the gods to realize the Buddha wisdom. When amongst Sakras and Indras, he was the most revered, for he revealed to them the impermanence of all things. When amongst Lokapalas, he was the most revered, for he protected all living things. Thus, Vimalakirti used countless expedient methods, or upaya, to teach for the benefit of living beings. Now, using upaya, he appeared ill, and because of his indisposition, kings, ministers, elders, upasakas, Brahmins, etc., as well as princes and other officials numbering many thousands, came to inquire after his health. So Vimalakirti appeared in his sick body to receive and expound the Dharma to them, saying, "Virtuous ones, the human body is impermanent. It is neither strong nor durable. It will decay and is, therefore, unreliable. It causes anxieties and sufferings, being subject to all kinds of ailments. Virtuous ones, all wise men do not rely on this body, which is like a mass of foam, which is intangible. It is like a bubble and does not last for a long time. It is like a flame and is the product of the thirst of love. It is like a banana tree, the center of which is hollow. It is like an illusion being produced by inverted thoughts. It is like a dream being formed by false views. It is like a shadow and is caused by karma. This body is like an echo, for it results from causes and conditions. It is like a floating cloud which disperses any moment. It is like lightning, for it does not stay for the time of a thought. It is ownerless, for it is like the earth. It is egoless, for it is like fire that kills itself. It is transient, like the wind. It is not human, for it is like water. It is unreal and depends on the four elements for its existence. It is empty, being neither ego nor its object. It is without knowledge, like grass, trees, and potsherds. It is not the prime mover, but is moved by the wind of passions. It is impure and full of filth. It is false, and though washed, bathed, clothed, and fed, it will decay and die in the end. It is a calamity, being subject to all kinds of illnesses and sufferings. It is like a dry well, for it is pursued by death. It is unsettled and will pass away. It is like a poisonous snake, a deadly enemy, a temporary assemblage without underlying reality, being made of the 5 aggregates, the 12 entrances, the 6 organs and their objects, and the 18 realms of sense, the 6 organs, their objects, and their perceptions. Virtuous ones, the human body being so repulsive, you should seek the Buddha body. Why? Because the Buddha body is called Dharmakaya, the product of boundless merits and wisdom, the outcome of discipline, meditation, wisdom, liberation, and perfect knowledge of liberation, the result of kindness, compassion, joy, and indifference to emotions, the consequence of the 6 perfections, or paramitas, charity, discipline, patience, zeal, meditation, and wisdom, and the sequel of expedient teaching, or upaya. The 6 supernatural powers, the 3 insights, the 37 stages contributory to enlightenment, serenity and insight, the 10 transcendental powers, the 4 kinds of fearlessness, the 18 unsurpassed characteristics of the Buddha, the wiping out of all evils and the performance of all good deeds, truthfulness and freedom from looseness and unrestraint. So countless kinds of purity and cleanness produce the body of the Tathagata. Virtuous ones, if you want to realize the Buddha body in order to get rid of all the illnesses of a living being, you should set your minds on the quest of supreme enlightenment, or Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. Thus, the elder Vimalakirti expounded the Dharma to all those who came to inquire after his health, urging countless visitors to seek supreme enlightenment. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 3, The Disciples. Vimalakirti wondered why the great compassionate Buddha did not take pity on him, as he was confined to bed, suffering from an indisposition. The Buddha knew of his thought and said to Sariputra, "Go to Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Sariputra said,
"World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health. The reason is that once, as I was sitting in meditation under a tree in a grove, Vimalakirti came and said,
"Sariputra, meditation is not necessarily sitting. For meditation means the non-appearance of body and mind in the three worlds of desire, form, and no form. Giving no thought to inactivity when in nirvana, while appearing in the world with respect-inspiring deportment. Not straying from the truth while attending to worldly affairs. The mind abiding neither within nor without. Being imperturbable to wrong views during the practice of the 37 contributory stages leading to enlightenment. And not wiping out troubles or klesha while entering the state of nirvana. If you can thus sit in meditation, you will win the Buddha's seal.
World-honored one, when I heard his speech, I was dumbfounded and found no word to answer him. Therefore, I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to Maudgalyaputra, "Go to Vimalakirti and inquire after his health on my behalf." Maudgalyaputra said,
World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health. The reason is that one day when I came to Vaisali to expound the Dharma to lay Buddhists or Upasakas in the street there, Vimalakirti came and said,
"Hey, Maudgalyaputra, when expounding the Dharma to these Upasakas, you should not preach like that, for what you teach should agree with the absolute Dharma, which is free from the illusion of living beings, is free from the self, for it is beyond an ego, from life, for it is beyond birth and death, and from the concept of a man, which lacks continuity, though seemingly continuous, like a torch whirled around, is always still, for it is beyond stirring phenomena, is above form, for it is causeless, is inexpressible, for it is beyond word and speech, is inexplainable, for it is beyond intellection, is formless like empty space, is beyond sophistry, for it is immaterial, is egoless, for it is beyond the duality of subject and object, is free from discrimination, for it is beyond consciousness, is without compare, for it is beyond all relativities, is beyond cause, for it is causeless, is identical with dharmata, or dharma nature, the underlying nature of all things, is in line with the absolute, for it is independent, dwells in the region of absolute reality, being above and beyond all dualities, is unmovable, for it does not rely on the 6 objects of sense, neither comes nor goes, for it does not stay anywhere, is in line with voidness, formlessness, and inactivity, is beyond beauty and ugliness, neither increases nor decreases, is beyond creation and destruction, does not return to anywhere, is above the 6 sense organs of eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind, is neither up nor down, is eternal and immutable, and is beyond contemplation and practice. Maudgalyaputra, such being the characteristics of the Dharma, how can it be expounded? For expounding it is beyond speech and indication, and listening to it is above hearing and grasping. This is like a conjurer expounding the Dharma to illusory men, and you should always bear all this in mind when expounding the Dharma. You should be clear about the sharp or dull roots of your audience, and have a good knowledge of this to avoid all sorts of hindrance. Before expounding the Dharma, you should use your great compassion for all living beings to extol Mahayana to them, and think of repaying your own debt of gratitude to the Buddha by striving to preserve the 3 treasures of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha forever.
When Vimalakirti spoke, 800 Upasakas set their minds on seeking supreme enlightenment, or Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. I do not have the eloquence, and am therefore not fit to call on him to inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to Mahakasyapa, "Go to Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Mahakasyapa said,
"World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health. The reason is that once when I went begging for food in a lane inhabited by poor people, Vimalakirti came and said,
'Hey, Mahakasyapa, you are failing to make your kind and compassionate mind all-embracing by begging from the poor while staying away from the rich. Mahakasyapa, in your practice of impartiality, you should call on your donors in succession regardless of whether they are poor or rich. You should beg for food without the ulterior idea of eating it. To wipe out the concept of rolling food into a ball in the hand, you should take it by the hand, that is, without the idea of how you take it. You should receive the food given without the idea of receiving anything. When entering a village, you should regard it as void, like empty space. When you see a form, you should remain indifferent to it. When you hear a voice, you should consider it as meaningless as an echo. When you smell an odor, take it for the wind, which has no smell. When you eat, refrain from discerning the taste. Regard all touch as if you were realizing wisdom, which is free from feelings and emotions. You should know that all things are illusory, having neither nature of their own nor that of something else, and that since fundamentally they are not self-existent, they cannot now be the subject of annihilation. Mahakasyapa, if you can achieve all 8 forms of liberation without keeping from the 8 heterodox ways of life, that is, by identifying heterodoxy with orthodoxy both as emanating from the same source, and if you can make an offering of your own food to all living beings as well as to all Buddhas and all members of the Sangha, then you can take the food. Such a way of eating is beyond the troubles of the worldly man and the absence of the troubles of Hinayana men. Above the state of stillness in which Hinayana men abstain from eating, and the absence of stillness of Mahayana men who eat while in the state of serenity, and beyond both dwelling in the worldly state or in nirvana, while your donors reap neither great nor little merits, what they give being neither beneficial nor harmful. This is correct entry upon the Buddha path without relying on the small way of Shravakas. Mahakasyapa, if you can so eat the food given to you, your eating shall not be in vain."
"World-honored one, when I listened to his words which I had never heard before, I gave rise to profound reverence to all bodhisattvas and thought, his wisdom and power of speech being such, who will fail to develop a mindset on supreme enlightenment? Since then, I have refrained from urging people to follow the practices of Sravakas and Pratika Buddhas. Hence, I am not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health."
The Buddha then said to Subhuti, "You call on Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Subhuti said,
World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health. The reason is that once when I went to his house begging for food, he took my bowl and filled it with rice, saying,
Subhuti, if your mind set on eating is in the same state as one confronting all other things, and if this uniformity as regards all things equally applies to the act of eating, you can then beg for food and eat it. Subhuti, if without cutting off carnality, anger, and stupidity, you can keep from these 3 evils, if you do not wait for the death of your body to achieve the oneness of all things, if you do not wipe out stupidity and love in your quest of enlightenment and liberation, If you can look into the underlying nature of the 5 deadly sins to win liberation, with at the same time no idea of either bondage or freedom, if you give rise to neither the 4 noble truths nor their opposites, if you do not hold both the concept of winning and not winning the holy fruit, if you do not regard yourself as a worldly or unworldly man, as a saint or not as a saint, if you perfect all dharmas while keeping away from the concept of dharmas, then you can receive and eat the food. Subhuti, if you neither see the Buddha nor hear the Dharma, if the 6 heterodox teachers, Purjana Kasyapa, Maskari Gosaliputra, Sanjaya Varachaputra, Ajita Kesakambabala, Kakuda Katyayana, and Nirgranta Nyanti Putra are regarded impartially as your own teachers, and if when they induce leavers of home into heterodoxy, you also fall with the latter, then you can take away the food and eat it. If you are unprejudiced about falling into heresy and regard yourself as not reaching the other shore of enlightenment, if you are unprejudiced about the 8 sad conditions and regard yourself as not free from them, if you are unprejudiced about defilements and relinquish the concept of pure living, if when you realize samadhi in which there is absence of debate or disputation, all living beings also achieve it, if your donors of food are not regarded with partiality as cultivating the field of blessedness, if those making offerings to you are impartially looked on as also falling into the 3 evil realms of existence, if you impartially regard demons as your companions without differentiating between them as well as between other forms of defilement, if you are discontented with all living beings, defame the Buddha, break the law, do not attain the holy rank, and fail to win liberation, then you can take away the food and eat it.
World-honored one, I was dumbfounded when I heard his words, which were beyond my reach and to which I found no answer. Then I left the bowl of rice and intended to leave his house, but Vimalakirti said,
Hey Subhuti, take the bowl of rice without fear. Are you frightened when the Tathagata makes an illusory man ask you questions?
I replied, no. He then continued,
All things are illusory, and you should not fear anything. Why? Because words and speech are illusory. So all wise men do not cling to words and speech, and this is why they fear nothing. Why? Because words and speech have no independent nature of their own, and when they are no more, you are liberated. This liberation will free you from all bondage.
When Vimalakirti expounded the Dharma, 200 sons of Devas realized the Dharma eye. Hence I am not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to Purna Maitrayana Putra, You call on Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf. Purna Maitrayani Putra said,
World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health. This is because when I was once in a grove and was expounding the Dharma under a tree to a group of newly initiated bhikshus, Vimalakirti came and said,
Hey Purna Maitrayani Putra, you should first enter the state of samadhi to examine the minds of your listeners before expounding the Dharma to them. Do not put rotten food in precious bowls. You should know their minds, and do not take their precious crystal for ordinary glass. If you do not know their propensities, do not teach them Hinayana. They have no wounds, so do not hurt them. To those who want to tread the wide path, do not show the narrow tracks. Do not enclose the great sea in the print of an ox's foot. Do not liken sunlight to the dim glow of a firefly. Purna Maitrayani Putra, these bhikshus have long ago developed the Mahayana mind, but they now forgot all about it. How can you teach them Hinayana? wisdom as taught by Hinayana is shallow. It is like a blind man who cannot discern the sharp from the dull roots of living beings.
Thereat, Vimalakirti entered the state of samadhi and caused the bhikshus to remember their former lives, when they had met 500 Buddhas and had then planted seeds of excellent virtues, which they had dedicated to their quest of supreme enlightenment. They instantly awakened to their past and recovered their fundamental minds. They at once bowed with their heads at the feet of Vimalakirti, who then expounded the Dharma to them. They resumed their quest of supreme enlightenment without backsliding. I think that Sravakas who do not know how to look into the roots of their listeners should not expound the Dharma. Hence I am not qualified to call on Vimalakirti to inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to Mahakatyayana, "You go to Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Mahakatyayana said,
"World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health. For once, after the Buddha had expounded the essentials of the Dharma to a group of bhikshus, I followed him to explain to them the meanings of impermanence, suffering, voidness, egolessness, and nirvana. Vimalakirti came and said,
"Hey, Mahakatyayana, do not use your mortal mind to preach immortal reality. Mahakatyayana, all things are fundamentally above creation and destruction. This is what impermanence means. The 5 aggregates are perceived as void and not arising. This is what suffering means. All things are basically non-existent. This is what voidness means. Ego and its absence are not a duality. This is what egolessness means. All things basically are not what they seem to be. They cannot be subject to extinction now. This is what nirvana means."
After Vimalakirti had expounded the Dharma, the bhikshus present succeeded in liberating their minds. Hence I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to Aniruddha, "You call on Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Aniruddha said,
"World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health. For once when I was walking about, while meditating to prevent sleepiness, a Brahma called the Gloriously Pure, together with an entourage of 10,000 devas, sent off rays of light, came to my place, bowed their heads to salute me, and asked,
'How far does your deva eye see?'
I replied, 'Virtuous one, I see the land of Sakyamuni Buddha in the great chilacosm like an amala fruit held in my hand.' Vimalakirti suddenly came and said,
'Hey, Aniruddha, when your diva eye sees, does it see form or formlessness? If it sees form, you are no better than those heretics who have won 5 supernatural powers. If you see formlessness, your diva eye is non-active and should be unseeing.'
World-honored one, I kept silent, and the devas praised Vimalakirti for what they had not heard before. They then paid reverence and asked him,
'Is there anyone in this world who has realized the real deva eye?'
Vimalakirti replied,
'There is the Buddha who has realized the real diva eye. He is always in the state of samadhi and sees all Buddha lands without giving rise to the duality of subjective eye and objective form.'
Thereat, Brahma and 500 of his relatives developed the Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi mind. They bowed their heads at Vimalakirti's feet and suddenly disappeared. This is why I am not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to Upali, "You call on Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Upali said,
World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on Vimalakirti to inquire after his health. For once, 2 bhikshus broke the prohibitions, and being shameful of their sins, they dared not call upon the Buddha. They came to ask me,
Upali, we have broken the commandments and are ashamed of our sins, so we dare not ask the Buddha about this and come to you. Please teach us the rules of repentance so as to wipe out our sins.
I then taught them the rules of repentance. Thereat, Vimalakirti came and said,
"Hey, Upali, do not aggravate their sins, which you should wipe out at once, without further disturbing their minds. Why? Because the nature of sin is neither within nor without, nor in between. As the Buddha has said, living beings are impure because their minds are impure. If their minds are pure, they are all pure. And mind also is neither within nor without, nor in between. Their minds being such, so are their sins. Likewise, all things do not go beyond their suchness. Upali, when your mind is liberated, is there any remaining impurity?"
I replied, There will be no more. He said,
Likewise, the minds of all living beings are free from impurities. Upali, false thoughts are impure, and the absence of false thought is purity. Inverted ideas are impure, and the absence of inverted ideas is purity. Clinging to ego is impure, and non-clinging to ego is purity. Upali, all phenomena rise and fall without staying for an instant, like an illusion and lightning. All phenomena do not wait for one another, and do not stay for the time of a thought. They all derive from false views, and are like a dream and a flame, the moon in water, and an image in a mirror, for they are born from wrong thinking. He who understands this is called a keeper of the rules of discipline, and he who knows it is called a skillful interpreter of the precepts.
Thereat the 2 bhikshus declared,
What a supreme wisdom, which is beyond the reach of Upali, who cannot expound the highest principle of discipline and morality.
I said, Since I left the Buddha, I have not met a Shravaka or a Bodhisattva who can surpass his rhetoric, for his great wisdom and perfect enlightenment have reached such a high degree. Thereupon the 2 bhikshus got rid of their doubts and repentance, set their minds on the quest of supreme enlightenment, and took the vow to make all living beings acquire the same power of speech. Hence, I am not qualified to call on Vimalakirti and inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to Rahula, "You go to Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Rahula said,
World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health. For once the sons of the elders at Vaisali came to my place and bowed to salute me, saying,
Rahula, you are the Buddha's son, and left the throne to search for the truth. What advantage derives from leaving home?
I then spoke of the advantage of earning merits that so derive. Vimalakirti came and said,
"Hey, Rahula, you should not speak of the advantage of earning merits that derive from leaving home. Why? Because home leaving bestows neither advantage nor good merits. Only when speaking of the worldly way of life can you talk about advantage and merits. For home leaving is above the worldly, and the transcendental is beyond advantage and merits. Rahula, home leaving is beyond thisness, thatness, and in between, is above the 62 wrong views, and abides in the state of nirvana. It is praised by all wise men and practiced by all saints. It overcomes all demons, liberates from the 5 realms of existence, purifies the 5 kinds of eyes, helps realize the 5 spiritual powers, and sets up the 5 spiritual faculties, releases from earthly grievances, keeps from varied evils derived from a mixed mind, frees from the unreality of names and terms, gets out of the mud of defilement, relieves from all bondages, wipes out the duality of subject and object and all responsiveness and disturbances. It gives inner joy, protects all living beings, dwells in serenity, and guards against all wrongs. If all this can be achieved, this is true home leaving.
Vimalakirti then said to the sons of the elders,
During this period of correct Dharma, you should leave home to join the Sangha. Why? Because it is very difficult to have the good fortune of living in the Buddha age.
The sons of the elders replied,
Venerable Upasaka, we have heard the Buddha said that one cannot leave home without the consent of one's parents.
Vimalakirti said,
Yes, it is so. But you will really leave home the moment you develop a mind set on the quest of supreme enlightenment, or Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, which completes your home leaving.
Thereat, all the 32 sons of the elders developed the Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi mind. This is why I am not qualified to call on Vimalakirti and inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to Ananda, You call on Vimalakirti and inquire after his health on my behalf. Ananda replied,
World Honored One, I am not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health. This is because once when the World Honored One had a slight indisposition and needed some cow milk, I took a bowl and went to a Brahmin family where I stood at the door. Vimalakirti came and asked me,
Why are you out so early holding a bowl in your hand?
I replied, Venerable Upasaka, the World Honored One is slightly indisposed and wants some cow milk. This is why I have come here. Vimalakirti said,
Stop, Ananda, stop speaking these words. The Tathagata's body is as strong as a diamond, for he has cut off all evils and has achieved all good. What kind of indisposition and trouble does he still have? Ananda, do not slander the Tathagata, and do not let other people hear such coarse language. Do not let the gods as well as the bodhisattvas of other pure lands hear about it. Ananda, a world ruler who has accumulated only a few little merits is already free from all ailments. So how much more so is the Tathagata, who has earned countless merits and has achieved all moral excellences. Go away, Ananda. Do not cover us all with shame. If the Brahmins heard you, they would say,
How can this man be your savior if he cannot cure his own illness? How can he pretend to heal the sick?
Get away unnoticed and quickly, and do not let others hear what you have said. Ananda, you should know that the body of the Tathagata is the Dharmakaya, and does not come from the illusion of thought and desire. The Buddha is the world-honored one, or Bhagavat. His body is above and beyond the 3 realms of desire, form, and beyond form, and is outside the stream of transmigratory suffering. The Buddha body is transcendental and is beyond destiny. How then can such a body be ill?
World Honored One, his word covered me with shame, and I asked myself if I had not wrongly understood the Buddha's order. At that time, a voice was heard in the air above, saying,
Ananda, the Upasaka is right, but since the Buddha appeared in the 5 Kasaya, or periods of turbidity on earth, he uses this expedient method, or upaya, to liberate living beings. Ananda, go and beg for the cow's milk without shame.
World-honored one, Vimalakirti's wisdom and power of speech being such, I am really not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health.
Thus, each of the 500 chief disciples related his encounter with Vimalakirti and declined to call on him to inquire after his health. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra. Chapter 4. The Bodhisattvas. The Buddha then said to Maitreya Bodhisattva, "You go to Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Maitreya replied,
World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health. The reason is that once when I was expounding to the Deva King and his retinue in the two-seater heaven the never-receding stage of Bodhisattva development into Buddhahood, Vimalakirti came and said to me,
Maitreya, when the world-honored one predicted your future attainment of supreme enlightenment, or Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, in one lifetime, tell me in which life, whether in the past, future, or present, did or will you receive his prophecy? If it was in your past life, that has gone. If it will be in your future life, that has not yet come. And if it is in your present life, that does not stay. As the Buddha once said, O bhikshus, you are born, are aging, and are dying simultaneously at this very moment. If you received his prophecy in a lifeless state, the latter is precisely the supreme state in which there is neither prediction of your future Buddhahood nor realization of your supreme enlightenment. How then did you receive the prediction of your attainment of Buddhahood in one lifetime? Or did you receive it in the absolute state, thatness or tathata, of either birth or death? If you receive it in the absolute state of birth, this absolute state is uncreated. If you receive it in the absolute state of death, this absolute state does not die. For the underlying nature of all living beings and of all things is absolute. All saints and sages are in this absolute state, and so also are you, Maitreya. So if you, Maitreya, received the Buddha's prophecy of your future attainment of Buddhahood, all living beings who are absolute by nature should also receive it. Why? Because that which is absolute is non-dual and is beyond differentiation. If you, Maitreya, realize supreme enlightenment, so should all living beings. Why? Because they are all a manifestation of Bodhi, or enlightenment. If you, Maitreya, win nirvana, they should also realize it. Why? Because all Buddhas know that every living being is basically in the condition of extinction of existence and suffering, which is nirvana, in which there can be no further extinction of existence. Therefore, Maitreya, do not mislead the Devas, because there is neither development of Supreme Bodhi mind nor its backsliding. Maitreya, you should instead urge them to keep from discriminating views about Bodhi or enlightenment. Why? Because Bodhi can be won by neither body nor mind. For Bodhi is the state of calmness and extinction of passion, that is, nirvana, because it wipes out all forms. Bodhi is unseeing, for it keeps from all causes. Bodhi is non-discrimination, for it stops memorizing and thinking. Bodhi cuts off ideation, for it is free from all views. Bodhi forsakes inversion, for it prevents perverse thoughts. Bodhi puts an end to desire, for it keeps from longing. Bodhi is unresponsive, for it wipes out all clinging. Bodhi complies with self-nature, for it is in line with the state of suchness. Bodhi dwells in this suchness, for it abides in changeless Dharma nature, or Dharmata, the underlying nature of all things. Bodhi reaches this suchness, for it attains the region of reality. Bodhi is non-dual, for it keeps from both intellect and its objects. Bodhi is impartial, for it is equal to boundless space. Bodhi is the non-active state, for it is above the conditions of birth, existence, and death. Bodhi is true knowledge, for it discerns the mental activities of all living beings. Bodhi does not unite, for it is free from all confrontation. Bodhi disentangles, for it breaks contact with habitual troubles, or klesha. Bodhi is that of which the position cannot be determined, for it is beyond form and shape, and is that which cannot be called by name, for all names have no independent nature, and so are void. Bodhi is like the mindlessness of an illusory man, for it neither accepts nor rejects anything. Bodhi is beyond disturbance, for it is always serene by itself. Bodhi is real stillness, because of its pure and clean nature. Bodhi is non-acceptance, for it keeps from causal attachments. Bodhi is non-differentiating, because of its impartiality toward all. Bodhi is without compare, for it is indescribable. Bodhi is profound and subtle, for although unknowing, it knows all.
World-honored one, when Vimalakirti so expounded the Dharma, 200 sons of devas realized the patient endurance of the uncreate. Anupatika Dharma Santi. This is why I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to the Bodhisattva Glorious Light, "You go to Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Glorious Light replied,
World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health. The reason is that once when I was leaving Vaisali, I met Vimalakirti who was entering it. I saluted and asked him, "Where does the Venerable Upasaka come from?" He replied,
"From a Bodhi Mandala, a holy site."
I asked him, "Where is this Bodhi Mandala?" He replied,
"The straightforward mind is the Bodhi Mandala, for it is free from falsehood. The initiated mind is the Bodhi Mandala, for it can keep discipline. The profound mind is the Bodhi Mandala, for it accumulates merits. The enlightened mind is the Bodhi Mandala, for it is infallible. Charity, or dana, is the Bodhi Mandala, for it does not expect reward. Discipline, or sila, is the Bodhi Mandala, for it fulfills all vows. Patience, or kshanti, is the Bodhi Mandala, for it has access to the minds of all living beings. Zeal, or virya, is the Bodhi Mandala, for it is free from remissness. Serenity, or dhyana, is the Bodhi Mandala, because of its harmonious mind. Wisdom, or prajna, is the Bodhi Mandala, for it discerns all things. Kindness, or maitri, is the Bodhi Mandala, for it treats all living beings on an equal footing. Compassion, or karuna, is the Bodhi Mandala, because of its great forbearance. Joy or mudita is the Bodhi mandala, for it is pleasant. Indifference or upeksa is the Bodhi mandala, for it wipes out both love and hate. Transcendental efficiency is the Bodhi mandala, for it perfects all the 6 supernatural powers. Liberation is the Bodhi mandala, for it turns its back to all phenomenal conditions. Expedient devices, or upaya, are the Bodhi mandala, for they teach and convert living beings. The 4 winning actions of a bodhisattva are the Bodhi mandala, for they benefit all living beings. Wide knowledge through hearing the Dharma is the Bodhi mandala, for its practice leads to enlightenment. Control of the mind is the Bodhi mandala, because of its correct perception of all things. The 37 contributory stages to enlightenment are the Bodhi mandala, for they keep from all worldly activities. The 4 noble truths are the Bodhi mandala, because they do not deceive. The 12 links in the chain of existence are the Bodhi mandala, because of their underlying nature, which is infinite. Troubles, or klesha, are the Bodhi mandala, for their underlying nature is reality. Living beings are the Bodhi mandala, because they are basically egoless. All things are the Bodhi mandala, for they are empty. The defeat of demons is the Bodhi mandala, for it is imperturbable. The 3 realms of desire, form, and beyond form are the Bodhi mandala, for fundamentally they lead to no real destination. The lion's roar is the Bodhi mandala, because of its fearlessness. The 10 powers, or dasabala, the 4 kinds of fearlessness, and the 18 unsurpassed characteristics of the Buddha are the Bodhi mandala, for they are faultless. The 3 insights are the Bodhi mandala, for they are free from all remaining hindrances. The knowledge of all things in the time of a thought is the Bodhi mandala, for it brings omniscience, or sarvajna, to perfection. Thus, son of a good family, a bodhisattva should convert living beings according to the various modes of perfection, or paramitas, and all his acts, including the raising or lowering of a foot, should be interpreted as coming from the seat of learning, or Bodhi mandala. He should thus stay within the Buddha Dharma.
While Vimalakirti was thus expounding the Dharma, 500 devas developed their minds set on supreme enlightenment. This is why I am not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to the Bodhisattva, ruler of the world, "You call on Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Ruler of the world replied,
World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him and inquire after his health. I still remember that once, as I was staying in a vihara, a demon like Indra appeared, followed by 12,000 goddesses, Deva Kanya, playing music and singing songs. After bowing their heads at my feet, they brought their palms together and stood at my side. I mistook the demon for Sakra and said to him, "Welcome, Sakra. Although you have won merits, you should guard against passions arising from music, song, and sex. You should look into the 5 desires for the objects of the 5 senses in your practice of morality. You should look into the impermanence of the body, life, and wealth in your quest of indestructible Dharma. That is, boundless body, endless life, and inexhaustible spiritual wealth." He said,
Bodhisattva, please take these 12,000 goddesses who will serve you.
I replied, "Sakra, please do not make to a monk this unclean offering, which does not suit me." Even before I had finished speaking, Vimalakirti came and said,
"He is not Sakra. He is a demon who comes to disturb you."
He then said to the demon,
"You can give me these girls, and I will keep them."
The demon was frightened, and being afraid that Vimalakirti might give him trouble, he tried to make himself invisible but failed, and in spite of his use of supernatural powers he could not go away. Suddenly a voice was heard in the air saying,
"Demon, give him the girls, and then you can go."
Being scared, he gave the girls to Vimalakirti, who said to them,
"The demon has given you to me. You can now develop a mind set on the quest of supreme enlightenment."
Vimalakirti then expounded the Dharma to them, urging them to seek the truth. He declared,
"You have now set your minds on the quest for the truth, and can experience joy in the Dharma instead of in the 5 worldly pleasures arising from the objects of the 5 senses."
They asked him.
What is this joy in the Dharma?
He replied,
Joy in having faith in the Buddha, joy in listening to the Dharma, joy in making offerings to the Sangha, and joy in forsaking the 5 worldly pleasures, joy in finding out that the 5 aggregates are like deadly enemies, that the 4 elements that make the body are like poisonous snakes, and that the sense organs and their objects are empty, like space. Joy in following and upholding the truth. Joy in being beneficial to living beings. Joy in revering and making offerings to your masters. Joy in spreading the practice of charity or dana. Joy in firmly keeping the rules of discipline or sila. Joy in forbearance or kshanti. Joy in unflinching zeal or virya to sow all excellent roots. Joy in unperturbed serenity or dhyana. Joy in wiping out all defilement that screens clear wisdom or prajna. Joy in expanding the enlightened or bodhi mind. Joy in overcoming all demons. Joy in eradicating all troubles or klesha. Joy in purifying the Buddha land. Joy in winning merits from excellent physical marks. Joy in embellishing the Bodhi Mandala or holy site. Joy in fearlessness to hear and understand the profound Dharma. Joy in the 3 perfect doors to nirvana, that is, voidness, formlessness, and inactivity, as contrasted with their incomplete counterparts which still cling to the notion of objective realization. Joy of being with those studying the same Dharma, and joy in the freedom from hindrance when amongst those who do not study it. Joy to guide and convert evil men and to be with men of good counsel. Joy in the state of purity and cleanness. Joy in the practice of countless conditions contributory to enlightenment. All this is the Bodhisattva joy in the Dharma.
Thereat, the demon said to the girls,
I want you all to return with me to our palace.
The girls replied,
While we are here with the Venerable Upasaka, we delight in the joy of the Dharma. We no longer want the 5 kinds of worldly pleasures.
The demon then said to Vimalakirti,
Will the Upasaka give away all these girls, as he who gives away everything to others is a bodhisattva?
Vimalakirti said,
I now give up all of them, and you can take them away, so that all living beings can fulfill their vows to realize the Dharma.
The girls then asked Vimalakirti,
What should we do while staying at the demon's palace?
Vimalakirti replied,
Sisters, there is a Dharma called the inexhaustible lamp, which you should study and practice. For instance, a lamp can be used to light up hundreds and thousands of other lamps. Darkness will thus be bright, and this brightness will be inexhaustible. So, sisters, a bodhisattva should guide and convert hundreds and thousands of living beings so that they all develop the mind set on supreme enlightenment. Thus his deep thought of enlightening others is likewise inexhaustible. His expounding of the Dharma will then increase in all excellent Dharmas. This is called the inexhaustible lamp. Although you will be staying at the demon's palace, you should use this inexhaustible lamp to guide countless sons and daughters of devas to develop their minds set on supreme enlightenment, in order to repay your debt of gratitude to the Buddha, and also for the benefit of all beings.
The Deva's daughters bowed their heads at Vimalakirti's feet and followed the demon to return to his palace, and all of a sudden they vanished. World-honored one, since Vimalakirti possesses such supernatural power, wisdom, and eloquence, I am not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health.
The Buddha then said to a son of an elder called Excellent Virtue, "You call on Vimalakirti to inquire after his health on my behalf." Excellent Virtue said,
World-honored one, I am not qualified to call on him to inquire after his health. The reason is that once I held a ceremonial meeting at my father's house to make offerings to the gods and also to monks, Brahmins, poor people, outcasts, and beggars. When the meeting ended 7 days later, Vimalakirti came and said to me,
"O son of an elder, an offering meeting should not be held in the way you did. It should bestow the Dharma upon others, for what is the use of giving alms away?"
I asked, Venerable Upasaka, what do you mean by bestowal of Dharma? He replied,
The bestowal of Dharma is beyond the element of time, having neither start nor finish, and each offering should benefit all living beings at the same time. This is a bestowal of Dharma.
I asked, what does this mean? He replied,
This means that Bodhi springs from kindness toward living beings. The salvation of living beings springs from compassion. The upholding of right Dharma from joy. Wisdom from indifference. The overcoming of greed from charity perfection, or dana paramita. Ceasing to break the precepts from discipline perfection, or sila paramita. Egolessness from patience perfection, or kshanti paramita. Relinquishment of body and mind from zeal perfection, or virya paramita. Realization of enlightenment from serenity perfection, or dhyana paramita. Realization of all knowledge from wisdom perfection, or prajna paramita. The teaching and converting of living beings spring from the void. Non-rejection of worldly activities springs from formlessness. Appearance in the world springs from inactivity. Sustaining the right Dharma from the power of expedient devices, or upaya. The liberation of living beings from the 4 winning virtues. Respect for and service to others from the determination to wipe out arrogance. The relinquishment of body, life, and wealth from the 3 indestructibles. The 6 thoughts to dwell upon from concentration on the Dharma. The 6 points of reverent harmony in a monastery from the straightforward mind. Right deeds from pure livelihood. Joy in the pure mind from nearness to saints and sages. Non-rising of hate for bad people from the effective control of mind. Retiring from the world from the profound mind. Practice in accordance with the preaching from the wide knowledge gained from hearing about the Dharma. Absence of disputation from a leisurely life. The quest of Buddha wisdom from meditation. The freeing of living beings from bondage from actual practice. The earning of all excellent physical marks to embellish Buddha lands from the karma of moral excellence. The knowledge of the minds of all living beings and the relevant expounding of Dharma to them from the karma of good knowledge. the understanding of all things commensurate with neither acceptance nor rejection of them to realize their oneness from the karma of wisdom, the eradication of all troubles or klesha, hindrances and evils from all excellent karmas, the realization of all wisdom and good virtues from the contributory conditions leading to enlightenment. All this, son of a good family, pertains to the bestowal of Dharma. A bodhisattva holding this meeting that bestows the Dharma is a great almsgiver. He is also a field of blessedness for all worlds.
World-honored one, as Vimalakirti was expounding the Dharma, 200 Brahmins who listened to it set their minds on the quest of supreme enlightenment. I myself realized purity and cleanness of mind which I had never experienced before. I then bowed my head at his feet and took out my priceless necklace of precious stones, which I offered to him, but he refused it. I then said, "Venerable Upasaka, please accept my present and do what you like with it." He took my necklace and divided it in two, offering half to the poorest beggar in the assembly, and the other half to the invincible Tathagata, whose radiant land was then visible to all present, who saw the half-necklace transformed into a precious tower in all its majesty on 4 pillars which did not shield one another. After this supernatural transformation, Vimalakirti said,
He who gives alms to the poorest beggar with an impartial mind performs an act which does not differ from the field of blessedness of the Tathagata, for it derives from great compassion, with no expectation of reward. This is called the complete bestowal of Dharma.
After witnessing Vimalakirti's supernatural power, the poorest beggar, who had also listened to his expounding of the Dharma, developed a mind set on supreme enlightenment. Hence, I am not qualified to call on Vimalakirti to inquire after his health.
Thus, each of the bodhisattvas present related his encounter with Vimalakirti and declined to call on him to inquire after his health. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 5, Manjushri's Call on Vimalakirti. The Buddha then said to Manjushri, "You call on Vimalakirti to inquire after his health." Manjushri said,
World-honored one, he is a man of superior wisdom, and it is not easy to match him in eloquence, for he has reached reality and is a skillful expounder of the essentials of the Dharma. His power of speech is unhindered, and his wisdom is boundless. He is well versed in all matters pertaining to bodhisattva development, for he has entered the mysterious treasury of all Buddhas. He has overcome all demons, has achieved all transcendental powers, and has realized wisdom by ingenious devices. Nevertheless, I will obey the holy command and will call on him to inquire after his health.
The bodhisattvas, the chief disciples of the Buddha, and the rulers of the 4 heavens who were present, thought to themselves,
As the 2 Mahasattvas will be meeting, they will certainly discuss the profound Dharma.
So 8,000 bodhisattvas, 500 Shravakas, and hundreds and thousands of devas wanted to follow Manjushri. So Manjushri, reverently surrounded by the bodhisattvas, the Buddha's chief disciples, and the devas, made for Vaisali town. Vimalakirti, who knew in advance that Manjushri and his followers would come, used his transcendental powers to empty his house of all attendants and furniture, except a sick bed. When entering the house, Manjushri saw only Vimalakirti lying on a sick bed, and was greeted by the Upasaka, who said, "Welcome, Manjushri. You come with no idea of coming, and you see with no idea of seeing." Manjushri replied,
It is so, Venerable Upasaka. Coming should not be further tied to the idea of coming, and going should not be further linked with the concept of going. Why? Because there is neither whence to come nor whither to go, and that which is visible cannot further be an object of seeing. Now, let us put all this aside. Venerable Upasaka, is your illness bearable? Would it get worse with the wrong treatment? The world-honored one sends me to inquire after your health and is anxious to have good news of you. Venerable Upasaka, where does your illness come from? How long has it arisen? And how would it come to an end?
Vimalakirti replied, "Stupidity leads to love, which is the origin of my illness. Because all living beings are subject to illness, I am ill as well. When all living beings are no longer ill, my illness will come to an end. Why? A bodhisattva, because of his vow to save living beings, enters the realm of birth and death, which is subject to illness. If they are all cured, the bodhisattva will no longer be ill. For instance, when the only son of an elder falls ill, so do his parents, and when he recovers his health, so do they. Likewise, a bodhisattva loves all beings as if they were his sons. So when they fall ill, the bodhisattva is also ill, and when they recover, he is no longer ill." Manjushri asked,
What is the cause of a bodhisattva's illness?
Vimalakirti replied, "A bodhisattva's illness comes from his great compassion." Manjushri asked,
Why is the Venerable Upasaka's house empty, without servants?
Vimalakirti replied, "All Buddha lands are also void." Manjushri asked,
Of what is the Buddha land foiled?
Vimalakirti replied, "It is void of voidness." Manjushri asked,
Why should voidness be void?
Vimalakirti replied, "Voidness is void in the absence of discrimination." Manjushri asked,
Can voidness be subject to discrimination?
Vimalakirti replied, "All discrimination is also void." Manjushri asked,
Where can voidness be sought?
Vimalakirti replied, "It should be sought in the 62 false views." Manjushri asked,
Where should the 62 false views be sought?
Vimalakirti replied, "They should be sought in the liberation of all Buddhas." Manjushri asked,
Where should the liberation of all Buddhas be sought?
Vimalakirti replied, "It should be sought in the minds of all living beings." He continued, "The virtuous one has also asked why I have no servants. Well, all demons and heretics are my servants. Why? Because demons like the state of birth and death, which the bodhisattva does not reject, whereas heretics delight in false views, in the midst of which the bodhisattva remains unmoved." Manjushri asked,
What form does the Venerable Upasaka's illness take?
Vimalakirti replied, "My illness is formless and invisible." Manjushri asked,
Is it an illness of the body or of the mind?
Vimalakirti replied, "It is not an illness of the body, for it is beyond body, and it is not that of the mind, for the mind is like an illusion." Manjushri asked,
Of the 4 elements, earth, water, fire, and air, which one is ill?
Vimalakirti replied, "It is not an illness of the element of earth, but it is not beyond it. It is the same with the other elements of water, fire, and air. Since the illness of all living beings originate from the four elements which cause them to suffer, I am ill too. Manjushri then asked,
What should a bodhisattva say when comforting another bodhisattva who falls ill?
Vimalakirti replied, He should speak of the impermanence of the body, but never of the abhorrence and relinquishment of the body. He should speak of the suffering body, but never of the joy in nirvana. He should speak of egolessness in the body, while teaching and guiding all living beings in spite of the fact that they are fundamentally non-existent in the absolute state. He should speak of the voidness of the body, but should never cling to the ultimate nirvana. He should speak of repentance of past sins, but should avoid slipping into the past. Because of his own illness, he should take pity on all those who are sick. Knowing that he has suffered during countless past eons, he should think of the welfare of all living beings. He should think of his past practice of good virtues to uphold his determination for right livelihood. Instead of worrying about troubles or klesha, he should give rise to zeal and devotion in his practice of the Dharma. He should act like a king physician to cure others' illnesses. Thus, a bodhisattva should comfort another sick bodhisattva to make him happy. Manjushri asked,
How does a sick bodhisattva control his mind?
Vimalakirti replied, A sick bodhisattva should think thus.
My illness comes from inverted thoughts and troubles or klesha during my previous lives, but it has no real nature of its own. Therefore, who is suffering from it? Why is it so? Because when the four elements unite to form a body, the former are ownerless and the latter is egoless. Moreover, my illness comes from my clinging to an ego. Hence, I should wipe out this clinging.
Now that he knows the source of his illness, he should forsake the concept of an ego and a living being. He should think of things or dharma thus.
A body is created by the union of all sorts of dharmas or elements, which alone rise and fall, without knowing one another and without announcing their rise and fall.
In order to wipe out the concept of things or dharmas, a sick bodhisattva should think thus.
This notion of dharma is also an inversion, which is my great calamity, so I should keep from it.
What is to be kept from? From both subject and object. What does the keeping from subject and object mean? It means keeping from dualities. What does this keeping from dualities mean? It means not thinking of inner and outer dharmas, that is, contraries, by the practice of impartiality. What is impartiality? It means equality of all contraries, such as ego and nirvana. Why is it so? Because both ego and nirvana are void. Why are both void? Because they exist only by names which have no independent nature of their own. When you achieve this equality, you are free from all illnesses, but there remains the conception of voidness, which also is an illusion, which should be wiped out as well. A sick bodhisattva should free himself from the conception of sensation when experiencing any one of its three states, which are painful, pleasurable, and neither painful nor pleasurable feeling. Before his full development into Buddhahood, that is, before delivering all living beings in his own mind, he should not wipe out sensation for his own benefit with a view to attaining nirvana for himself only. Knowing that the body is subject to suffering, he should think of living beings in the lower realms of existence and give rise to compassion for them. Since he has succeeded in controlling his false views, he should guide all living beings to bring theirs under control as well. He should uproot their inherent illnesses without trying to wipe out non-existent dharmas, externals, or sense data. For he should teach them how to cut off the origin of illnesses. What is the origin of illnesses? It is their clinging which causes their illnesses. What are the objects of their clinging? They are the three realms of desire, form, and beyond form. By what means should they cut off their clinging? By means of the doctrine that nothing whatsoever can be found, and that, if nothing can be found, there will be no clinging. What is meant by nothing can be found? It means that, apart from dual views, there is nothing else that can be had. What are dual views? They are inner and outer views beyond which there is nothing. Manjushri, this is how a sick bodhisattva should control his mind. To wipe out suffering from old age, illness, and death is the bodhisattva's bodhi or enlightened practice. If he fails to do so, his practice lacks wisdom and is unprofitable. For instance, a bodhisattva is called courageous if he overcomes hatred. If, in addition, he wipes out the concept of old age, illness, and death, he is a true bodhisattva. A sick bodhisattva should again reflect,
since my illness is neither real nor existing, the illnesses of all living beings are also unreal and non-existent.
But while so thinking, if he develops a great compassion derived from his love for living beings and from his attachment to this false view, he should immediately keep from these feelings. Why is it so? Because a bodhisattva should wipe out all external causes of troubles while developing great compassion. For this love and these wrong views result from hate of birth and death. If he can keep from this love and these wrong views, he will be free from hatred, and wherever he may be reborn, he will not be hindered by love and wrong views. His next life will be free from obstructions, and he will be able to expound the Dharma to all living beings and free them from bondage. As the Buddha has said, there is no such thing as untying others when one is still held in bondage, for it is possible to untie others only after one is free from bonds. Therefore, a bodhisattva should not tie himself up with wrong views. What is tying and what is untying? Clinging to serenity or dhyana is a bodhisattva's bondage, but his expedient rebirth for the salvation of others is freedom from bondage. Further, he is held in bondage by wisdom, which lacks expedient methods, or upaya, but is liberated by wisdom supported by expedient devices. He is also held in bondage by expedient methods which are not upheld by wisdom, but is liberated by expedient methods backed by wisdom. What is bondage by wisdom unsupported by expedient methods? It is bondage caused by the bodhisattva's desire to embellish the Buddha land with merits in order to bring living beings to perfection while practicing for his self-control the three gates to nirvana, namely voidness, formlessness, and inactivity. This is called bondage by wisdom unsupported by expedient methods. What is liberation by wisdom backed by expedient methods? It is liberation achieved in the absence of desire to embellish the Buddha land with merits in order to bring living beings to perfection, while practicing unremittingly for his self-control the three gates to nirvana, namely voidness, formlessness, and inactivity. This is called liberation by wisdom supported by expedient methods, or upaya. What is bondage by expedient methods unsupported by wisdom? It is bondage caused by a bodhisattva's lack of determination to keep from desire, anger, perverse views, and other troubles while planting all wisdom roots. This is called bondage by expedient methods which lack wisdom. What is liberation by expedient methods sustained by wisdom? It is liberation won by a bodhisattva who keeps from desire, anger, and perverse views and other troubles while planting all virtuous routes which he dedicates to his realization of supreme enlightenment. This is called liberation by expedient methods sustained by wisdom. Manjushri, a sick bodhisattva should look into all things in this way. He should further meditate on his body, which is impermanent, is subject to suffering, and is non-existent and egoless. This is called wisdom. Although his body is sick, he remains in the realm of birth and death for the benefit of all living beings without complaint. This is called expedient method, or upaya. He should further meditate on the body which is inseparable from illness and on illness which is inherent in the body, because sickness and the body are neither new nor old. This is called wisdom. The body, though ill, is not to be annihilated. This is the expedient method for remaining in the world to work for salvation. Manjushri, a sick bodhisattva should thus control his mind while dwelling in neither the state of controlled mind nor its opposite, that of uncontrolled mind. For if he dwells in the state of uncontrolled mind, this is stupidity, and if he dwells in that of controlled mind, this is the Shravaka stage. Hence, a bodhisattva should not dwell in either, and so keep from both. This is the practice of the bodhisattva stage. When staying in the realm of birth and death, he keeps from its impurity, and when dwelling in nirvana, he keeps from its condition of extinction of reincarnation and escape from suffering. This is the practice of the bodhisattva stage. That which is neither worldly nor saintly is bodhisattva development into Buddhahood. That which is neither impure nor pure is bodhisattva practice. Although he is beyond the demonic state, he appears in the world to overcome demons. This is bodhisattva conduct. In his quest of all knowledge, he does not seek it at an inappropriate moment. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he looks into the uncreate, he does not achieve Buddhahood. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he looks into Nidana, or the 12 links in the chain of existence, he enters all states of perverse views to save living beings. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he helps all living beings, he does not give rise to clinging. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he keeps from the phenomenal, he does not lean on the voidness of body and mind. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he passes through the 3 worlds of desire, form, and beyond form, he does not injure the dharmata. This is the bodhisattva conduct. Although he realizes the voidness of things, he sows the seeds of all merits. This is the bodhisattva conduct. Although he dwells in formlessness, he continues delivering living beings. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he refrains from creative activities, he appears in his physical body. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he keeps all thoughts from arising, he performs all good deeds. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices the 6 perfections, or paramitas, he knows all the mental states of living beings. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he possesses the 6 supernatural powers, he refrains from putting an end to all worldly streams. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices the 4 infinite states of mind, he does not wish to be reborn in the Brahma heavens. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices meditation, serenity, liberation, and samadhi, he does not avail himself of these to be reborn in dhyana heavens. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices the fourfold state of mindfulness, he does not keep forever from the karma of body and mind. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices the four right efforts, he persists in physical and mental zeal and devotion. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices the four Hinayana steps to supernatural powers, he will continue doing so until he achieves all Mahayana supernatural powers. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices the five spiritual faculties of the Shravaka stage, he discerns the sharp and dull potentialities of living beings. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices the five powers of the Shravaka stage, he strives to achieve the 10 powers of the Buddha. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices the 7 Hinayana degrees of enlightenment, he discerns the Buddha's all-wisdom. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices the eightfold noble truth of Hinayana, he delights in treading the Buddha's boundless path. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices samatha vipassana, which contributes to the realization of bodhi or enlightenment, he keeps from slipping into nirvana. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he practices the doctrine of not creating and not annihilating things or dharma, he still embellishes his body with the excellent physical marks of the Buddha. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he appears as a Shravaka or Pratyeka Buddha, he does not stray from the Buddha Dharma. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he has realized ultimate purity, he appears in bodily form to do his work of salvation. This is a bodhisattva conduct. Although he sees into all Buddha lands, which are permanently still like space, he causes them to appear in their purity and cleanness. This is bodhisattva conduct. Although he has reached the Buddha stage, which enables him to turn the wheel of the law, that is, to preach the Dharma, and to enter the state of nirvana, he does not forsake the bodhisattva path. This is bodhisattva conduct. While Vimalakirti was expounding the Dharma, all the 8,000 sons of Devas who had come with Manjushri developed the profound mind set on the quest of supreme enlightenment, or Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 6, The Inconceivable Liberation. Shariputra saw no seats in the room and thought,
Where do the bodhisattvas and chief disciples sit?
Vimalakirti knew of Sariputra's thought and asked him, Virtuous one, do you come here for a seat or for the Dharma? Sariputra replied,
I come here for the Dharma and not for a seat.
Vimalakirti said, Hey Sariputra, he who searches for the Dharma does not even cling to his body and life, still less to a seat. For the quest of the Dharma is not related to the 5 aggregates, form or rupa, sensation or vedana, conception or sanja, discrimination or samskara, and consciousness or vijnana, to the 18 fields of sense, dhatu, the 6 organs, their objects and their perceptions, to the 12 entrances, ayatana, the 6 organs and 6 sense data that enter for or lead to discrimination, and to the worlds of desire, form, and beyond form. Sariputra, A seeker of the Dharma does not cling to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. A seeker of the Dharma does not hold the view of suffering, of cutting off all the accumulated causes thereof to put an end to it by treading the path to nirvana, that is, the Four Noble Truths. Why is it so? Because the Dharma is beyond all sophistry, for if one says,
"Because I see suffering, I cut off its accumulated causes to wipe it out by treading the path thereto,"
this is mere sophistry, and is not the quest of the Dharma. Sariputra, the Dharma is called nirvana, the condition of complete serenity and ultimate extinction of reincarnation. If you give rise to the concept of birth and death, this is a search for birth and death, and is not the quest of Dharma. The Dharma is absolute and immaculate. But if you are defiled by the thought of Dharma, and even that of nirvana, this is pollution, which runs counter to the quest of Dharma. Dharma cannot be practiced, and if it is put into practice, this implies something, that is, an object to be practiced, and it is not the quest of Dharma. Dharma is beyond grasping and rejecting, and if you grasp or reject it, this is grasping or rejecting something else, but not the quest of Dharma. Dharma is beyond position, but if you give it a place, this is clinging to space, but not the quest of Dharma. Dharma is formless, but if you rely on form to conceive the Dharma, this is a search for form, but not the quest of Dharma. Dharma is not an abode, but if you want to stay in it, this is dwelling in an objective Dharma, but not the quest of absolute Dharma. Dharma can be neither seen, nor heard, nor felt, nor known, but if you want to see, hear, feel, and know it, this is the functioning of your discriminatory seeing, hearing, feeling, and knowing, but not the quest of Dharma. Dharma is transcendentally inactive, but if you are set on worldly activities, this is a search for the worldly way of life, but not the quest of Dharma. Therefore, Sariputra, the quest of Dharma does not imply seeking anything whatsoever. When Vimalakirti so spoke, 500 sons of Devas realized the pure Dharma eye. Vimalakirti then asked Manjushri, "The virtuous one has traveled in countless thousands and tens of thousands of lakhs of worlds. Which one is the Buddha land where the highest merits make the lion throne of its Buddha?" Manjushri replied,
Venerable Upasaka, in the east there is a Buddha land which is separated from here by a distance represented by worlds as countless as the sand grains in 36 Ganges rivers. It is called Merudavaja, whose Buddha is called Merukalpa, who is still there. His body is 84,000 yojana tall, and his lion throne, also as high, is of prominent majesty.
Thereat, Vimalakirti used his transcendental powers to invite Buddha Merukalpa to send to his room 32,000 high, large, majestic, and clean lion thrones, which the Bodhisattvas, chief disciples of the Buddha Sakyamuni, Indra and Brahma, the 4 Deva kings, etc., had never seen before. The room contained all the 32,000 lion thrones, which did not hinder one another, and which did not obstruct anything at Vaisali, in Jambuvaipa, or our earth, and in the 4 heavens, where all things remained unchanged as before. Vimalakirti then said to Manjushri, "Please take a lion's throne and be seated among the great bodhisattvas by enlarging the size of your body to that of the seat." Those bodhisattvas who had acquired supernatural powers enlarged their bodies to the size of the thrones on which they sat without difficulty. But the newly initiated bodhisattvas and chief disciples of the Buddha could not mount the high thrones. Vimalakirti then said to Sariputra, "Please be seated on a lion throne." Sariputra replied,
Venerable Upasaka, these thrones are large and high, I cannot mount them.
Vimalakirti said, Sariputra, you should first pay reverence to the Tathagata Merukalpa, and will then be able to sit on one of them. Thereat, all newly initiated bodhisattvas and chief disciples of the Buddha paid reverence to the Tathagata Merukalpa, and then sat on the lion thrones. Sariputra said to Vimalakirti,
Venerable Upasaka, this was not seen before. This small room can contain these high and large thrones which do not obstruct anything efficiently and do not interfere with the cities, towns, and villages on Jambudvipa, our world, as well as with the palaces of the devas and heavenly nagas, dragons, and the abodes of the ghosts and spirits.
Vimalakirti said, Sariputra, the liberation realized by all Buddhas and great bodhisattvas is inconceivable. If a bodhisattva wins this liberation, he can put the great and extensive Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed which neither increases nor decreases in size, while Sumeru remains the same, and the 4 Deva kings or guardians of the world, and the Devas of Tristrimsas, the heavens of Indra, are not even aware of their being put into the seed, but only those who have won liberation see Sumeru in the mustard seed. This is the inconceivable Dharma door to liberation. He can also put the 4 great oceans that surround Sumeru in a pore, without causing inconvenience to fishes, water tortoises, sea turtles, water lizards, and all other aquatic animals, while the oceans remain the same, and the nagas or dragons, ghosts, spirits, and asuras or titans are not even aware of being displaced and interposed. Further, Sariputra, a great bodhisattva who has won this inconceivable liberation can take and put on his right palm the great chilakasam, like a potter holding his wheel, throw it beyond a number of worlds as countless as the sand grains in the Ganges, and then take it back to its original place, while all living beings therein do not know of their being thrown away and returned, and while our world remains unchanged. Further, Sariputra, if there are living beings who are qualified for liberation, but who want to stay longer in the world, this bodhisattva will use his supernatural power to extend a week to an eon, so that they will consider their remaining time to be an eon. And if, on the other hand, there are living beings who hate staying longer in the world before achieving their liberation, this bodhisattva will shorten an eon to a week, so that they will consider their remaining time to be 1 week. Further, Sariputra, a bodhisattva who has won this inconceivable liberation can gather in one country all the majestic things of all Buddha lands, so that they are all visible in that particular country. Further, he can place on his right palm all the living beings of a Buddha land, and then fly in all the 10 directions to show them all things everywhere without even shaking them. Further, Sariputra, this bodhisattva can show through one of his pores all offerings to the Buddhas by living beings in the 10 directions. He can show through one of his pores all suns, moons, planets, and stars in all the worlds in the 10 directions. Further, Sariputra, he can breathe in and hold in his mouth all the winds blowing in the worlds in the 10 directions without injuring his own body or the trees of these worlds. Further, when the worlds in the 10 directions come to an end through destruction by fires, this bodhisattva can breathe in these fires into his own belly without being injured by them, while they continue to burn without change. Further, This bodhisattva can take from the nadir a Buddha land separated from him by worlds as countless as the sand grains in the Ganges, and lift it up to the zenith, which is separated from him by worlds as countless as there are sand grains in the Ganges, with the same ease as he picks up a leaf of the date tree with the point of a needle. Further, Sariputra, a bodhisattva who has won this inconceivable liberation can use his transcendental powers to appear as a Buddha, or a Pratyeka Buddha, a Shravaka, a sovereign Sakra, Brahma, or a ruler of the world. He can also cause all sound and voices of high, medium, and low pitches in the worlds in the 10 directions to change into the Buddha's voice, proclaiming the doctrine of impermanence, suffering, unreality, and absence of ego, as well as all dharmas expounded by all Buddhas in the 10 directions, making them heard everywhere. Sariputra, I have mentioned only some of the powers derived from this inconceivable liberation, but if I were to enumerate them all, a whole eon would be too short for the purpose. Mahakasyapa, who had heard of this dharma of inconceivable liberation, praised it and said it had never been expounded before. He then said to Sariputra,
Like the blind who do not see images in various colors shown to them, all Sravakas hearing this Dharma door to inconceivable liberation will not understand it. Of the wise man hearing about it, who will not set his mind on the quest of supreme enlightenment? What should we do to uproot forever the rotten Sravaka root, as compared with this Mahayana, so that all Sravakas hearing this doctrine of inconceivable liberation shed tears of repentance and scream so loudly as to shake the great chiliocosm? As to the Bodhisattvas, they are all happy to receive this Dharma reverently by placing it on the tops of their heads. If a Bodhisattva believes and practices this Dharma door to inconceivable liberation, all demons cannot oppose him.
When Mahakasyapa spoke these words, 32,000 sons of the Devas set their minds on the quest of supreme enlightenment. Thereat, Vimalakirti declared to Mahakasyapa, Virtuous one, those who appear as kings of demons in countless worlds in the 10 directions are mostly bodhisattvas who have realized this inconceivable liberation and who use expedient devices, or upaya, to appear as their rulers in order to convert living beings. Further, Mahakasyapa, countless bodhisattvas in the 10 directions appear as beggars asking for hands, feet, ears, nose, heads, brains, blood, flesh, skin and bones, towns and hamlets, wives, elephants, horses, carts, gold, silver, lapis lazuli, agate, cornelian, coral, amber, pearl, jade shell, clothing, food and drink. Most of these beggars are bodhisattvas who have realized this inconceivable liberation and who use expedient devices to test believers in order to cement their faith in the Dharma. Bodhisattvas who have realized inconceivable liberation possess the awe-inspiring power to bring pressure to bear upon believers and ask for inalienable things to test them, but worldly men whose spirituality is low have no such transcendental powers and cannot do all this. These bodhisattvas are like dragons and elephants which can trample with tremendous force, which donkeys cannot do. This is called the wisdom and expedient methods of the bodhisattvas who have won inconceivable liberation. the Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 7, Looking at Living Beings. Manjushri asked Vimalakirti,
How should a bodhisattva look at living beings?
Vimalakirti replied, A bodhisattva should look at living beings like an illusionist does at the illusory men he has created, and like a wise man looking at the moon's reflection in water, at his own face in a mirror, at the flame of a burning fire, at the echo of a calling voice, at flying clouds in the sky, at foam in a liquid, at bubbles on water, at the empty core of a banana tree, at a flash of lightning, at the non-existent fifth element beside the four that make the human body, at the sixth aggregate beside the five that make a sentient being, at the seventh sense datum beside the 6 objects of sense, at the 13th entrance or ayatana beside the 12 involving the 6 organs and 6 sense data, at the 19th realm of sense beside the 18 dhatus or fields of sense, at form in the formless world, at the non-existent sprout of a charred grain of rice, at a body seen by a Shrodapana who has wiped out the illusory body to enter the holy stream, at the entry of an Anagaman or a non-returning Shravaka into the womb of a woman for rebirth, at an Arhat still preserving the 3 poisons of desire, anger, and stupidity which he has eliminated forever, at a bodhisattva realizing the patient endurance of the uncreate who is still greedy, resentful, and breaking the prohibitions, at a Buddha still suffering from klesha or troubles, at a blind man seeing things, at an adept who still breathes air in and out while in the state of nirvanic imperturbability, at the tracks of birds flying in the air, at the progeny of a barren woman, at the suffering of an illusory man, at a sleeping man seeing he is awake in a dream, at a devout man realizing nirvana who takes a bodily form for another reincarnation, and at a smokeless fire. This is how a bodhisattva should look at living beings. Thereat, Manjushri asked Vimalakirti,
When a bodhisattva so meditates, how should he practice kindness?
Vimalakirti replied, When a bodhisattva has made this meditation, he should think that he ought to teach living beings to meditate in the same manner. This is true kindness. He should practice causeless or nirvanic kindness which prevents creativeness, unheeded kindness which puts an end to klesha or troubles and causes of troubles, impartial kindness which covers all 3 periods of time, which means that it is eternal, involving past, future, and present, passionless kindness which wipes out disputation, non-dual kindness which is beyond sense organs within and sense data without, indestructible kindness which eradicates all corruptibility, stable kindness which is a characteristic of the undying self-mind, pure and clean kindness which is spotless like Dharmata, boundless kindness which is all-pervasive like space, the kindness of the Arhat stage which destroys all bondage, the Bodhisattva kindness which gives comfort to living beings, the Tathagata kindness which leads to the state of thatness, the Buddha kindness which enlightens all living beings, spontaneous kindness which is causeless, Bodhi kindness which is of one flavor, that is, uniform and unmixed wisdom, unsurpassed kindness which cuts off all desires, merciful kindness which leads to the Mahayana path, untiring kindness because of deep insight into the void and non-existent ego, Dharma bestowing or dana kindness which is free from regret and repentance. Precepts or sila upholding kindness to convert those who have broken the commandments. Patient or kshanti kindness, which protects both the self and others. Zealous or virya kindness to liberate all living beings. Serene or dhyana kindness, which is unaffected by the five senses. Wise or prajna kindness, which is always timely. Expedient or upaya kindness, to appear at all times for converting living beings. Unhidden kindness, because of the purity and cleanness of the straightforward mind. Profound-minded kindness, which is free from discrimination. Undeceptive kindness, which is faultless. And joyful kindness, which bestows the Buddha joy in nirvana. Such are the specialities of bodhisattva kindness. Manjushri asked Vimalakirti,
What should be his compassion?
Vimalakirti replied, His compassion should include sharing with all living beings all the merits he has won. Manjushri asked,
What should be his joy?
Vimalakirti replied, He should be filled with joy on seeing others win the benefit of the Dharma with no regret whatsoever. Manjushri asked,
What should he relinquish?
Vimalakirti replied, In his work of salvation he should expect nothing, that is, no gratitude or reward in return. Manjushri asked,
On what should he rely in his fear of birth and death?
Vimalakirti replied, He should rely on the power of the Tathagata's moral merits. Manjushri asked,
What should he do to win support from the power of the Tathagata's moral merits?
Vimalakirti replied, He should liberate all living beings in order to win support from the power of the Tathagata's moral merits. Manjushri asked,
What should he wipe out in order to liberate living beings?
Vimalakirti replied, When liberating living beings, he should wipe out their klesha, or troubles and causes of troubles. Manjushri asked,
What should he do to wipe out Kalisha?
Vimalakirti replied, He should uphold right mindfulness. Manjushri asked,
What should he do to uphold right mindfulness?
Vimalakirti replied, He should advocate the unborn and the undying. Manjushri asked,
What is the unborn and what is the undying?
Vimalakirti replied, The unborn is evil that does not arise, and the undying is good that does not end. Manjushri asked,
What is the root of good and evil?
Vimalakirti replied, The body is the root of good and evil. Manjushri asked,
What is the root of the body?
Vimalakirti replied, Craving is the root of the body. Manjushri asked,
What is the root of craving?
Vimalakirti replied, Baseless discrimination is the root of craving. Manjushri asked,
What is the root of baseless discrimination?
Vimalakirti replied, Inverted thinking is the root of discrimination. Manjushri asked,
What is the root of inverted thinking?
Vimalakirti replied, Non-abiding is the root of inverted thinking. Manjushri asked,
What is the root of non-abiding?
Vimalakirti replied, Non-abiding is rootless. Manjushri, from this non-abiding root, all things arise. A goddess who had watched the gods listening to the Dharma in Vimalakirti's room appeared in bodily form to shower flowers on the bodhisattvas and the chief disciples of the Buddha in their honor. When the flowers fell on the bodhisattvas, they fell to the ground, but when they fell on the chief disciples, they stuck to their bodies and did not drop, in spite of all their efforts to shake them off. Thereat, the goddess asked Sariputra why he strove to shake the flowers off. Sariputra replied,
I want to shake off these flowers which are not in the state of suchness.
The goddess said,
Do not say these flowers are not in the state of suchness. Why? Because they do not differentiate, and it is you alone who give rise to differentiation. If you still differentiate after leaving home in your quest for the Dharma, this is not a state of suchness. But if you no longer give rise to differentiation, this will be the state of suchness. Look at the bodhisattvas whose bodies do not retain the flowers. This is because they have put an end to differentiation. This is like a man taking fright who invites trouble for himself from evil people. So if a disciple fears birth and death, then form, sound, smell, taste, and touch can trouble him. But if he is fearless, he is immune from all the 5 sense data. In your case, it is because the force of habit still remains that these flowers cleave to your body, but if you cut it off, they will not stick to it.
Sariputra asked,
How long have you been in this room?
The goddess replied,
My stay in this room is just like the Venerable Elder's liberation.
Sariputra asked,
Do you then mean that you have stayed here for a long time?
The goddess retorted,
Does your liberation also involve time?
Sariputra kept silent and did not reply. The goddess then asked,
Why is the wise elder silent on this point?
Sariputra replied,
He who wins liberation does not express it in words, hence I do not know what to say.
The goddess said,
Spoken and written words reveal liberation. Why? For liberation is neither within, nor without, nor in between, and words are also neither inside, nor outside, nor in between. Therefore, Sariputra, liberation cannot be preached without using words. Why? Because all things point to liberation.
Sariputra asked,
Do you then mean that there is no need to keep from carnality, hatred, and stupidity to win liberation?
The goddess replied,
In the presence of those who are proud of their superior knowledge, the Buddha said it is important to keep from carnality, hatred, and stupidity in the quest of liberation. But where they are absent, he said that the underlying nature of carnality, hatred, and stupidity, that is, the self-nature, is identical with liberation.
Sariputra exclaimed,
Excellent, goddess, excellent! What have you gained and experienced that gives you such an eloquence?
The goddess replied,
The fact that I neither gain nor experience anything gives me this eloquence. Why is it so? Because he who claims to have won and experienced something is arrogant in the eye of the Buddha Dharma.
Sariputra asked,
Which of the 3 vehicles is your aim?
The goddess replied,
When I preach the Shravaka Dharma to convert people, I appear as a Shravaka. When I expound the 12 links in the chain of existence, I appear as a Pratyeka Buddha. And when I teach great compassion to convert them, I appear as a teacher of Mahayana. Sariputra, like those entering a kampa grove, who smell only the fragrance of kampas to the exclusion of all other odors, those entering this room smell only the fragrance of Buddha merits, and no longer like the aroma of achievements by Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. Sariputra, when Indra, Brahma, the 4 Deva kings of the 4 heavens, guardians of the world, heavenly dragons, ghosts and spirits, etc., entered the room and heard this Upasaka, Vimalakirti, expound the right Dharma, They all took delight in smelling the fragrance of Buddha merits and developed the Mahayana mind before returning to their worlds. Sariputra, I have stayed here for 12 years, during which I have never heard the dharmas of Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, but only the doctrine of great kindness, Maitri, and great compassion, Karuna, of the Bodhisattvas and the inconceivable Buddha Dharma. Sariputra, in this room there are always 8 unusual manifestations. Firstly, this room is illuminated by a golden light, which is the same by day and by night, and does not depend on either sunlight or moonlight to light it up. Secondly, he who enters it is immune from all troubles caused by defilements. Thirdly, this room is visited by Indra, Brahma, the 4 Deva kings of the 4 heavens, and bodhisattvas from other realms. Fourthly, the never-receding Dharma of the 6 paramitas is always expounded in it. Fifthly, the most melodious heavenly music intoning countless Dharma doors to enlightenment is heard in it. Sixthly, this room contains the 4 canons of sutras, Vinaya, sastras, and miscellaneous scriptures, full of inexhaustible precious treasures for those who are spiritually poor. Seventhly, when the Venerable Upasaka thinks of Sakyamuni Buddha, Amitabha Buddha, Aksobhaya Buddha, the Buddha of precious virtues, the Buddha of precious flame, the Buddha of precious moonshine, the Buddha of precious majesty, the invincible Buddha, the Buddha of the lion's roar, the Buddha of all perfection, and countless other Buddhas in the 10 directions, they all come to expound the secrets of the esoteric Buddha Dharma, after which they return to their realms. Eighthly, all majestic heavenly palaces and all pure lands of Buddhas appear in this room. Sariputra, after witnessing these 8 remarkable things in this room, who still seeks the Sravaka Dharma?
Sariputra asked.
Why did not you change your female bodily form?
The goddess replied,
For the last 12 years, I have been looking in vain for a female bodily form. So what do you want me to change? This is like an illusionist who creates an illusory woman. Is it correct to ask him to change this unreal woman?
Sariputra said,
No, because it is not a real body. Into what then can it be changed?
The goddess said,
All phenomena, including forms, are also unreal. So why have you asked me to change my unreal female body?
Thereat, she used her supernatural powers to change Sariputra into a heavenly goddess and herself into a man similar to Sariputra, and asked him,
Why do you not change your female form?
Sariputra replied,
I do not know why I have turned into a goddess.
The goddess said,
Sariputra, if you can change your female body, all women should also be able to turn into men. Like Sariputra, who is not a woman, but appears in female bodily form, all women are the same, and though they appear in female form, they are fundamentally not women. Hence the Buddha said,
All things are neither male nor female. Thereat, the goddess again used her supernatural powers to change Sariputra back to his original male body, and asked,
Where is your female body now?
Sariputra replied,
The form of a woman neither exists nor is non-existent.
The goddess then declared,
Likewise, all things are fundamentally neither existing nor non-existent, and that which neither exists nor is non-existent is proclaimed by the Buddha.
Sariputra asked,
When will you leave die here, and where will you be reborn?
The goddess replied,
I shall be reborn like a Buddha by transformation.
Sariputra interjected,
The Buddha's transformation body implies neither birth nor death.
The goddess said,
Likewise, all living beings fundamentally are subject to neither death nor birth.
Sariputra asked,
When will you realize supreme enlightenment?
The goddess replied,
I shall realize supreme enlightenment when Sariputra returns to the worldly way of life.
Sariputra retorted,
There is no such thing as myself, a holy man at the Stravaka stage, returning to the worldly way of life.
The goddess said,
There is also no such thing as myself realizing enlightenment. Why? Because Bodhi, or enlightenment, is not an objective which can be realized.
Sariputra retorted,
There are Buddhas as countless as sanguines in the Ganges who have realized and will win supreme enlightenment. What will you say of them?
The goddess said,
The three periods of time, the past, future, and present, are spoken of to the common man as being in line with worldly thinking, but this does not mean that Bodhi, which is timeless or eternal, is tied to the past, future, and present.
She then asked Sariputra,
Sariputra, have you realized arhatship?
Sariputra replied,
I have realized it because I hold no concept of winning anything.
The goddess said,
Likewise, all Buddhas and great bodhisattvas achieved their goals because they were free from the idea of winning supreme enlightenment.
Thereat, Vimalakirti said to Sariputra, This goddess has made offerings to 92 lakhs of Buddhas. She is able to play with the bodhisattva transcendental powers, has fulfilled all her vows, has realized the patient endurance of the uncreate, and has reached the never-receding bodhisattva stage. In fulfillment of a vow, she appears at will everywhere to teach and convert living beings. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 8, The Buddha Path. Manjushri asked Vimalakirti,
How does a bodhisattva enter the Buddha path?
Vimalakirti replied, If a bodhisattva treads the wrong ways without discrimination, he enters the Buddha path. Manjushri said,
What do you mean by a bodhisattva treading the wrong ways?
Vimalakirti replied, In his work of salvation, if a bodhisattva is free from irritation and anger while appearing in the fivefold uninterrupted hell, is free from the stain of sins while appearing in other hells, is free from ignorance, arrogance, and pride while appearing in the world of animals, is adorned with full merits while appearing in the world of hungry ghosts, does not show his superiority while appearing in the heavenly worlds of form and beyond form, is immune from defilements while appearing in the world of desire, is free from anger while appearing as if he were resentful, uses wisdom to control his mind while appearing to be stupid, appears as if he were greedy but gives away all his outer, that is, money and worldly, and inner, that is, bodily, possessions without the least regret for his own life, appears as if he broke the prohibitions while delighting in pure living and being apprehensive of committing even a minor fault, appears as if he were filled with hatred while always abiding in compassionate patience, appears as if he were remiss while diligently practicing all meritorious virtues, appears as if he were disturbed while always remaining in the state of serenity, appears as if he were ignorant while possessing both mundane and supramundane wisdoms, appears as if he delighted in flattering and falsehood while he excels in expedient methods in conformity with straightforwardness as taught in the sutras, shows arrogance and pride while he is as humble as a bridge, appears as if he were tormented by troubles while his mind remains pure and clean, appears in the realm of demons while defeating heterodox doctrines to conform with the Buddha wisdom, appears in the realm of Shravakas where he expounds the unheard of supreme Dharma, appears in the realm of Pratyeka Buddhas where he converts living beings in fulfillment of great compassion, appears amongst the poor, but extends to them his precious hands whose merits are inexhaustible, appears among the crippled and disabled with his own body adorned with the excellent physical marks of the Buddha, appears amongst the lower classes, but grows the seed of the Buddha nature with all relevant merits, appears amongst the emaciated and ugly, showing his strong body to the admiration of them all, appears as an old and ill man, but is actually free from all ailments, with no fear of death, appears as having all the necessities of life, but always sees into impermanence and is free from greed, appears to have wives, concubines, and maids, but always keeps away from the morass of the 5 desires, appears among the dull-witted and stammerers to help them win the power of speech derived from the perfect control of mind, appears among heretics to teach orthodoxy and deliver all living beings, enters all worlds of existence to help them uproot the causes leading thereto, and appears as if entering nirvana, but without cutting off birth and death. Manjushri, this bodhisattva can tread heterodox ways because he has access to the Buddha path. Vimalakirti then asked Manjushri, "What are the seeds of the Tathagata?" Manjushri replied,
Body is a seed of the Tathagata. Ignorance and craving are its 2 seeds. Desire, hate, and stupidity is 3 seeds. The 4 infirtifuges is 4 seeds. The 5 covers or screens is 5 seeds. The 6 organs of sense is 6 seeds. The 7 abodes of consciousness is 7 seeds. The 8 heterodox views is 8 seeds. The 9 causes of Kalisha, troubles and their causes, it's 9 seeds. The 10 evils is 10 seeds. To sum up, all the 62 heterodox views and all sorts of Kalisha are the seeds of Buddhahood.
Vimalakirti asked Manjushri, "Why is it so?" Manjushri replied,
Because he who perceives the inactive state and enters its right nirvana position is incapable of advancing further to achieve supreme enlightenment. For instance, high ground does not produce the lotus, which grows only in marshy land. Likewise, those perceiving nirvana and entering its right position will not develop into Buddhahood, whereas living beings in the mire of Kalisha can eventually develop the Buddha Dharma. This is also like seeds scattered in a field, which do not grow, but if they are planted in manured foods, they will yield good harvests. Thus, those entering the right position of nirvana do not develop the Buddha Dharma, whereas those whose will of the eagle is as great as Mount Sumeru may, because of the mystery of life, eventually set their minds on a quest of supreme enlightenment, thereby developing the Buddha Dharma. Therefore, we should know that all sorts of Kalisha are the seeds of the Tathagata. This is like one who does not plunge into the ocean will never find a priceless pearl. Likewise, a man who does not enter the ocean of Kalisha will never win the gem of all knowledge.
Thereat, Mahakasyapa exclaimed,
Excellent, Manjushri, excellent. Your sayings are most gratifying. As you have said, those suffering from klesha are the seeds of the Tathagata. So we are no longer capable of developing a mindset on enlightenment. Even those committing the 5 deadly sins can eventually set their minds on the quest of the Buddha Dharma, but we are unable to do so. Like persons whose defective organs prevent them from enjoying the 5 objects of the senses. Likewise, the Sravakas who have cut off all bonds of transmigration are no longer interested in the Buddha Dharma and will never want to realize it. Therefore, Manjushri, the worldly man still reacts favorably to the Buddha Dharma, whereas the Sravaka does not. Why? Because when the worldly man hears about the Buddha Dharma, he can set his mind on the quest of the supreme path, thereby preserving forever the 3 treasures of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Whereas the Sravaka, even if he passes his lifetime listening to the Dharma and witnessing the fearlessness of the Buddha, etc., will never dream of the supreme way.
A bodhisattva called Universal Manifestation, who was present, asked Vimalakirti,
Who are your parents, wife and children, relatives and kinsmen, official and private friends? And where are your pages and maids, elephants and horse carts?
In reply, Vimalakirti chanted the following: Wisdom perfection is a bodhisattva's mother. His father is expedient method. For the teachers of all living beings come only from these 2, upaya and prajna. His wife is joy and Dharma's law. Kindness and pity are his daughters. His sons, morality and truthfulness. Absolute voidness, his quiet abode. Passions are his disciples, whom he transforms at will. Bodhipaksika Dharma are his friends, helping him to win supreme enlightenment. All other perfections are his companions. The 4 winning methods are his courtesans. Hymns, chants, and intonations of Dharma are his melodies. Complete control over passions is his park. Passionlessness is his grove. The 7 grades of Bodhi are the flowers bearing the fruit of wisdom's liberation. The pool of eightfold liberation holds calm water, which is clear and full. The 7 blossoms of purity are well arranged to bathe this undefiled bodhisattva man, whose 5 supernatural powers are walking elephants and horses, while the Mahayana is his vehicle, which, controlled by the one mind, rolls through the 8 noble paths. 32 distinctive marks dignify his body, while 80 excellences add to it their grace. Shamefulness is his raiment, and deep mind his coiffure. The 7 riches that he owns are his assets, which, used to teach others, earn more dividends. Dedicating all merits to Buddhahood, his practice of the Dharma, as received, wins far greater profit. The 4 dhyanas are his meditation bed, which from pure living originates. Much learning increases wisdom, announcing self-awakening. His broth is the flavor of release. The precepts are his perfumed salve, and pure mind is his bath. By killing the culprit Klesha is his boldness unsurpassed. By defeating the 4 demons, he plants his triumphant banner as a Bodhi Mandala. Though he knows there is neither birth nor death, he is reborn to show himself to all, appearing in many countries like the sun, seen by everyone. When making offerings to countless Buddhas in the 10 directions, he does not discriminate between himself and them. Although he knows that Buddha lands are void like living beings, he goes on practicing the Pure Land Dharma to teach and convert men. In their kinds, features, voices, and bearing, this fearless bodhisattva can appear the same as they. He knows the mischief demons do, but appears as one of them, using wise expedient means to look like them at will. Or he appears old, ill, and dying to make living beings realize that all things are but an illusion, to free them from all handicaps. Or he shows the eon's end, with fire destroying heaven and earth, so that those clinging to permanence realize the impermanence of things. Then countless living beings call on this bodhisattva, inviting him to their homes to convert them to the Buddha path. In heterodox books, spells, skills, magic, arts, and talents, he appears to be an expert to help and benefit all living beings. Appearing in their midst, he joins the Sangha in order to release them from defilement, to prevent their slipping into heresy. Then is he seen as the sun, moon, or heaven, as Brahma, or the Lord of all the world, at times as earth or water, or as the wind and fire. When they fall ill, or epidemics rage, he prepares medicinal herbs for them to take to cure their illness or infection. When famine prevails, he makes food and drink to save them from thirst and hunger before teaching them the Dharma. In times of war, he teaches kindliness and pity to convert living beings so they can live in peace. When armies line up for battle, he gives equal strength to both. With his authority and power, he forces them to be reconciled and live in harmony. To all countries where there are hells, he comes unexpectedly to relieve their sufferings. Wherever animals devour one another, he appears among them, urging them to do good. Seeming to have the 5 desires, he is always meditating to upset the demons and prevent their mischief. Like that thing most rare, a lotus blossoming in a scorching fire, he meditates amidst desires, which also is a thing most rare. Or he appears as a prostitute to entice those who to lust are given. First using temptation to hook them, he then leads them to the Buddha wisdom. He appears as a district magistrate, or as a chief of the caste of traders, a state preceptor or high official to protect living beings. To the poor and destitute, he appears with boundless purse to advise and guide them until they develop the Bodhi mind. To the proud and arrogant, he appears as powerful to overcome their vanity till they tread the path supreme. Then he comes to comfort people who are cowards. First he makes them fearless, then urges them to seek the truth. Or he appears without desires and acts like a seer with 5 spiritual powers to convert living beings by teaching them morality, patience, and pity. To those needing support and help, he may appear as a servant to please and induce them to grow the Tao mind, providing them with all they need to enter on the Buddha path, thus using expedient methods to supply them with all their needs. Then, as with boundless truth, his deeds are also endless. With his wisdom that has no limit, he frees countless living beings. If all the Buddhas were to spend countless eons in praising his merits, they could never count them fully. Who, after hearing this Dharma, develops not the Bodhi mind, can only be a worthless man, a jackass without wisdom. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 9, Initiation into the Non-Dual Dharma. Thereat, Vimalakirti said to the bodhisattvas present, "Virtuous ones, each of you please say something about the non-dual Dharma as you understand it." In the meeting, a bodhisattva called Comfort in the Dharma, said,
Virtuous ones, birth and death are a duality, but nothing is created and nothing is destroyed. Realization of this patient endurance leading to the uncreate is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, called guardian of the three virtues, said,
Subject and object are a duality, for where there is ego, there is also its object. But since fundamentally there is no ego, its object does not arise. This is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, never winking, said,
Responsiveness, or the second aggregate, and unresponsiveness are a duality. If there is no response to phenomena, the latter cannot be found anywhere. Hence there is neither accepting nor rejecting of anything, and neither karmic activity nor discrimination. This is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, highest virtue, said,
Impurity and purity are a duality. When the underlying nature of impurity is clearly perceived, even purity ceases to arise. Hence, this cessation of the idea of purity is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, winner of samadhi by looking at the stars, said,
External disturbance and inner thinking are a duality. When disturbance subsides, thinking comes to an end, and the absence of thought leads to non-discriminating. Reaching this state is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, skillful eye, said,
Monistic form and formlessness are a duality. If monistic form is realized as fundamentally formless, with relinquishment of formlessness in order to achieve impartiality, this is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, wonderful arm, said,
The Bodhisattva mind and the Shravaka mind are a duality. If the mind is looked into as void and illusory, there is neither Bodhisattva mind nor Shravaka mind. This is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, Pusa, said,
Good and evil are a duality. If neither good nor evil arises, so that formlessness is realized to attain reality, this is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, Simha, or lion, said,
Weal and woe are a duality. If the underlying nature of woe is understood, woe does not differ from weal. If the diamond indestructible wisdom is used to look into this, with neither bondage nor liberation coming into play, this is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, lion's fearlessness, said,
The mundane and the supramundane are a duality. If all things are looked into impartially, neither the mundane nor the supramundane will arise, with no differentiation between form and formlessness. This is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, pure interpretation, said,
Activity and non-activity are a duality, but if the mind is kept from all mental conditions, it will be void like space, and pure and clean wisdom will be free from all obstructions. This is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, Narayana, said,
The mundane and the supramundane are a duality, but the underlying nature of the mundane is void or immaterial, and is but the supramundane, which can be neither entered nor left, and neither overflows like the stream of transmigration, nor scatters like smoke. This is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, skillful mind, said,
samsara and nirvana are a duality. If the underlying nature of samsara is perceived, there exists neither birth nor death, neither bondage nor liberation, and neither rise nor fall. Such an understanding is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Direct Insight said,
The exhaustible and the inexhaustible are a duality. If all things are looked into exhaustively, both the exhaustible and the inexhaustible cannot be exhausted, and the inexhaustible is identical with the void, which is beyond both the exhaustible and the inexhaustible. Such an interpretation is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Upholder of Universality said,
The ego and non-ego are a duality. Since the ego cannot be found, where can the non-ego be found? He who perceives the real nature of the ego will not give rise to dualities. This is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Lightning Perception said,
Enlightenment and unenlightenment are a duality, but the underlying nature of unenlightenment is enlightenment, which should also be cast away. If all relativities are discarded and replaced by non-dual impartiality, this is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Priyadarsana said,
Form and voidness are a duality, but form is identical with voidness, which does not mean that form wipes out voidness, for the underlying nature of form is void itself. So are the other four aggregates: reception, conception, discrimination, and consciousness in relation to voidness. Consciousness and voidness are a duality, yet consciousness is identical with voidness, which does not mean that consciousness wipes out voidness, for the underlying nature of voidness is void of itself. A thorough understanding of this is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Understanding the Four Elements said,
The four elements, earth, water, fire, and air, and their voidness are a duality, but the underlying nature of the four elements is identical to that of voidness. Like the past, before the four elements came into being, and the future, when they scatter away, which are both void, the present, when they appear, is also void. Identical understanding of the underlying nature of all four elements is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Deep Thought said,
I and form are a duality, but if the underlying nature of the I is known with neither desire, nor anger, nor stupidity in relation to things seen, this is nirvana. Likewise, the ear and sound, the nose and smell, the tongue and taste, the body and touch, and the mind and ideation are dualities. But if the underlying nature of the mind is known, with neither desire, anger, or stupidity in relation to things heard, smelled, tasted, touched, and thought, this is nirvana. Resting in this state of nirvana is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Inexhaustible Mind said,
Charity perfection and the dedication of its merits toward realizing the all-knowledge are a duality, but the underlying nature of charity is dedication toward the all-knowledge. Likewise, discipline perfection, patience perfection, zeal perfection, meditation perfection, and wisdom perfection, with dedication to the all-knowledge, are 5 dualities. but their underlying natures are but dedication to the all-knowledge, while realization of their oneness is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Profound Wisdom said,
Voidness, formlessness, and non-activity are three different gates to liberation, and when each is compared to the other two, there are three dualities. But voidness is formless, and formlessness is non-active. For when voidness, formlessness, and non-activity obtain, there is neither mind, nor intellect, nor consciousness. And liberation through either one of these three gates is identical with liberation through all the three. This is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Unstirred Sense Organs said,
Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha are three different treasures, and when each is compared to the other two, there are three dualities. But Buddha is identical with Dharma, and Dharma is identical with Sangha. For the three treasures are non-active and are equal to space, with the same equality for all things. The realization of this equality is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Unimpeded Mind said,
Body and its eradication in nirvana are a duality, but body is identical with nirvana. Why? Because if the underlying nature of body is perceived, no conception of existing body and its nirvanic condition will arise, for both are fundamentally non-dual, not being two different things. The absence of alarm and dread when confronting this ultimate state is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Superior Virtue said,
The three karmas produced by body, mouth, and mind are different when each is compared to the other two, and make three dualities. But their underlying nature is non-active. So non-active body is identical with non-active mouth, which is identical with non-active mind. These three karmas being non-active, all things are also non-active. Likewise, if wisdom, prajna, is also non-active, this is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Field of Blessedness said,
Good conduct, evil conduct, and motionlessness are different, and when each is compared to the other two, make three dualities. But the underlying nature of all three is voidness, which is free from good, evil, and motionlessness. The non-arising of these three is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Majestic Blossom said,
The ego and its objective are a duality, but if the underlying nature of the ego is looked into, this duality vanishes. If duality is cast away, there will be no consciousness, and freedom from consciousness is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Treasure of the Threefold Potency said,
Realization implies subject and object, which are a duality. But if nothing is regarded as realization, there will be neither grasping nor rejecting, and freedom from grasping and rejecting is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Moon in Mid-Heaven said,
Darkness and light are a duality. Where there is neither darkness nor light, this duality is no more. Why? Because in the state of samadhi resulting from the complete extinction of sensation and thought, there is neither darkness nor light, while all things disappear. A disinterested entry into this state is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva Ratna Mudra, or precious symbol, said,
Joy in nirvana and sadness in samsara are a duality which vanishes when there is no longer joy and sadness. Why? Because where there is bondage, there is also desire for liberation. But if fundamentally there is no bondage, who seeks liberation? Where there is neither bondage nor liberation, there will be neither joy nor sadness. This is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva gem on the head said,
Orthodoxy and heterodoxy are a duality, but he who dwells in, that is, realizes, orthodoxy does not discriminate between orthodoxy and heterodoxy. Keeping from these two extremes is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
The Bodhisattva, joy in reality, said,
Reality and unreality are a duality, but he who realizes reality does not even perceive it, still less unreality. Why? Because reality is invisible to the ordinary eyes and appears only to the eye of wisdom. Thus, realization of the eye of wisdom, which is neither observant nor unobservant, is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
After all the Bodhisattvas had spoken, they asked Manjushri for his opinion on the non-dual Dharma. Manjushri said,
In my opinion, when all things are no longer within the province of either word or speech, and of either indication or knowledge, and are beyond questions and answers, this is initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
Thereat, Manjushri asked Vimalakirti,
All of us have spoken. Please tell us what is the Bodhisattva's initiation into the non-dual Dharma.
Vimalakirti kept silent, without saying a word. At that, Manjushri exclaimed,
Excellent, excellent! Can there be true initiation into the non-dual Dharma until words and speech are no longer written or spoken?
After this initiation into the non-dual Dharma had been expounded, 5,000 bodhisattvas at the meeting were initiated into it, thereby realizing the patient endurance of the uncreate. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 10, The Buddha of the Fragrant Land. Sariputra was thinking of mealtime and of the food for the bodhisattvas in the meeting when Vimalakirti, who read his thought, said to him, The Buddha taught the 8 forms of liberation which you have received for practice. Do you now mix your desire to eat with his Dharma? If you want to eat, please wait for a moment, and you will have a rare treat. At that, Vimalakirti entered the state of samadhi, and used his transcendental power to show to the assembly a country which is above, separated from this world by a distance represented by Buddha lands as countless as sand grains in 42 Ganges rivers, and which was called the country of all fragrances, whose Buddha was called the Tathagata of the fragrant land, and was still there. The fragrance of that country surpassed all scents emitted by the Devas in Buddha lands in the 10 directions. In that Buddha land there were neither Shravakas nor Pratyeka Buddhas, but only pure and clean bodhisattvas, to whom that Buddha expounded the Dharma. All things there are formed by fragrances, such as palaces, the earth, gardens and parks, which emit sweet scent, and the fragrance of its food spreads to countless worlds in the 10 directions. its Buddha and Bodhisattvas were sitting down for the meal offered to them by the sons of Devas, who were all called glorious fragrances, and were setting their minds on the quest of supreme enlightenment. This was seen by all those present in the meeting. Vimalakirti said to his listeners, "Virtuous ones, who of you can go there to beg for food from that Buddha?" As Manjushri was noted for his supernatural power, all the bodhisattvas kept silent. Thereat, Vimalakirti said, "Are not the virtuous ones ashamed of their inability to do so?" Manjushri retorted,
As the Buddha had said, those who have not yet studied and practiced Mahayana should not be slighted.
Thereupon, Vimalakirti, without rising from his seat, used his transcendental power to create an illusory bogus bodhisattva whose features were radiant and whose dignity was unsurpassable, overshadowing the whole assembly. He then said to this illusory bodhisattva, "Ascend to the fragrant land to call on its Buddha, saying what I now tell you." Upasaka Vimalakirti bows his head at your feet to pay his reverence and inquires respectfully about your happy tidings. He hopes you are well and have no difficulties in converting living beings, and that your vigor is in full. He wishes to receive some leftovers from your meal to do the salvation work in the Saha world for the purpose of converting to Mahayana those of the small vehicle and of spreading the renown of the Tathagata to make it known everywhere. After that, the illusory bodhisattva ascended and was seen by the whole assembly to approach the Buddha of Fragrance Land and repeat what Vimalakirti had ordered him to say. When the bodhisattvas there saw the messenger, they praised the rare visit, asking their Buddha,
Where does this bodhisattva come from? Where is this world called Saha? What does the small vehicle mean?
Their Buddha replied, There is a world called Saha, which is below and is separated from here by Buddha lands as countless as the sand grains in 42 Ganges rivers, whose Buddha is called Sakyamuni, and is now staying in the midst of 5 turbid conditions, where he teaches the supreme Dharma to those clinging to the small vehicle. Over there is a bodhisattva called Vimalakirti, who has achieved inconceivable liberation and is expounding the Dharma to other young bodhisattvas. Hence, he has created an illusory messenger to extol my name and praise this land so that they can earn more merits. The bodhisattvas asked,
Who is that bodhisattva who can create an illusory messenger and whose transcendental powers, fearlessness, and ubiquity are so great?
That Buddha replied, His powers, fearlessness, and ubiquity are very great indeed. He used to send his illusory messengers to all places in the 10 directions to perform the bodhisattva work of salvation for the benefit of living beings. That Buddha then filled a bowl of fragrant rice and handed it to the illusory messenger. All his 9 million bodhisattvas declared that they all wished to go to Saha to pay reverence to Sakyamuni Buddha and to see Vimalakirti and the other bodhisattvas there. The Buddha warned them, You may go there, but hide your fragrance, lest the people give rise to the wrong thought of clinging to it. You should also change your appearance in order not to provoke their self-abasement. To avoid wrong views, do not slight them. Why? Because all worlds in the 10 directions are fundamentally immaterial, like space, and because all Buddhas wishing to convert those of the small vehicle do not reveal completely to them their own pure and clean lands. At that, the illusory messenger received the bowl of fragrant rice, and together with the 9 million bodhisattvas availed themselves of that Buddha's and Vimalakirti's transcendental powers, disappeared from the fragrant land, and a little later arrived at Vimalakirti's abode. Vimalakirti then used his transcendental powers to make 9 million lion thrones, as majestic as those already there, for the visitors. The illusory messenger then handed him the bowl of rice, the fragrance of which spread to the whole town of Vaisali, and then to the whole great Chilakasam. Brahmin devotees at Vaisali perceived the fragrance and became elated. They praised the rare occurrence. Their chief, called Lunar Canopy, took 84,000 men to Vimalakirti's house, where they saw many bodhisattvas seated on majestic lion thrones. They were jubilant and paid reverence to the bodhisattvas and the Buddha's chief disciples, and then stood at one side. Earthly and heavenly ghosts, as well as the devas of the worlds of desire and of form, who smelt the fragrance, came as well. Thereat, Vimalakirti said to Sariputra and the Shravakas, "Virtuous ones, you may now take the Tathagata's immortal rice, which has been infused with great compassion. Do not give rise to the thought of limitation when taking it, or you will not be able to digest it." When some Shravakas thought that the small quantity of rice seemed insufficient for the whole assembly, the illusory bodhisattva said,
Do not use the little virtue and intelligence of a Shravaka to estimate the Tathagata's boundless blessedness and wisdom. The 4 oceans are exhaustible, but this rice is inexhaustible. If all men took and rolled it into a ball as large as Mount Sumeru, they would not have finished eating it by the end of the eon. Why? Because food that has been left over by those who have practiced the boundless morality and discipline, sila, serenity, dhyana, and wisdom, prajna, liberation, and knowledge of liberation, and who have won all merits, is inexhaustible. Hence, this bowl of rice will satisfy the whole meeting without being exhausted. The bodhisattvas, Shravakas, devas, and men who take it will experience comfort and joy, like the bodhisattvas of all blessed pure lands. Their pores will give out profound fragrance, which is like the scent of the trees in fragrant lands.
Vimalakirti then asked the visiting bodhisattvas, "How does the Tathagata of your land preach the Dharma?" They replied,
The Tathagata of our land does not use words and speech to preach, but uses the various fragrances to stimulate the devas in their observance of the commandments. They sit under fragrant trees and perceive how sweet the trees smell, thereby realizing the samadhi derived from the store of all merits. When they realize this samadhi, they win all merits.
These bodhisattvas then asked Vimalakirti,
How does the world-honored one, Sakyamuni Buddha, preach the Dharma?
Vimalakirti replied, "Living beings of this world are pig-headed and difficult to convert. Hence, the Buddha uses strong language to tame them. He speaks of hells, animals, and hungry ghosts in their plains of suffering, of the places of rebirth for stupid men as retribution for perverse deeds, words, and thoughts. That is, for killing, stealing, carnality, lying, double tongue, coarse language, affected speech, covetousness, anger, perverted views, which are the 10 evils, for stinginess, breaking the precepts, anger, remissness, confused thoughts and stupidity, that is, the 6 hindrances to the 6 paramitas, for accepting, observing, and breaking the prohibitions, for things that should and should not be done, for obstructions and non-obstructions, for what is sinful and what is not, for purity and filthiness, for the worldly and holy states, for heterodoxy and orthodoxy, for activity and non-activity, and for samsara and nirvana. Since the minds of those who are difficult to convert are like monkeys, various methods of preaching are devised to check them so that they can be entirely tamed. Like elephants and horses which cannot be tamed without whipping them until they feel pain and become easily managed, the stubborn of this world can be disciplined only with bitter and eager words. After hearing this, the visiting Bodhisattva said,
We have never heard of the world-honored one, Sakyamuni Buddha, who conceals his boundless sovereign power to appear as a beggar, to mix with those who are poor in order to win their confidence for the purpose of liberating them, and of the Bodhisattvas here who are indefatigable and so humble, and whose boundless compassion caused their rebirth in this Buddha land.
Vimalakirti said, As you have said, the Bodhisattvas of this world have strong compassion, and their lifelong works of salvation for all living beings surpass those done in other pure lands during hundreds and thousands of eons. Why? Because they achieved 10 excellent deeds which are not required in other pure lands. What are these 10 excellent deeds? They are 1. Charity or dana, to succor the poor. 2. Precept keeping or sila, to help those who have broken the commandments. 3. Patient endurance or kshanti, to subdue their anger. 4. Zeal and devotion or virya, to cure their remissness. 5. Serenity or dhyana, to stop their confused thoughts. 6. Wisdom, prajna, to wipe out ignorance. 7. Putting an end to the 8 distressful conditions for those suffering from them. 8. Teaching Mahayana to those who cling to Hinayana. 9. Cultivation of good roots for those in want of merits. And 10. The 4 bodhisattva winning devices for the purpose of leading all living beings to their goals in bodhisattva development. These are the 10 excellent deeds. The visiting bodhisattvas asked,
How many dharmas should a bodhisattva achieve in this world to stop its morbid growth, defilements, in order to be reborn in the Buddha's pure land?
Vimalakirti replied, A bodhisattva should bring to perfection 8 dharmas to stop morbid growth in this world in order to be reborn in the pure land. They are 1. Benevolence toward all living beings with no expectation of reward. 2. Endurance of sufferings for all living beings, dedicating all merits to them. 3. Impartiality toward them, with all humility, free from pride and arrogance. 4. Reverence to all bodhisattvas, with the same devotion as to all Buddhas, that is, without discrimination between bodhisattvas and Buddhas. 5. Absence of doubt and suspicion when hearing the expounding of sutras which he has not heard before. 6. Abstention from opposition to the Sravaka Dharma. 7. Abstention from discrimination in regard to donations and offerings received with no thought of self-profit in order to subdue his mind. And 8. Self-examination without contending with others. Thus he should achieve singleness of mind, bent on achieving all merits. These are the 8 dharmas. After Vimalakirti and Manjushri had thus expounded the Dharma, hundreds and thousands of devas developed the mind set on supreme enlightenment, and 10,000 bodhisattvas realized the patient endurance of the uncreate. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 11, The Bodhisattva Conduct. The Buddha was expounding the Dharma at Amravana Park, which suddenly became majestic and extensive, while all those present turned golden-hued. Ananda asked the Buddha,
World-honored one, what is the cause of these auspicious signs? Why does this place become extensive and majestic, and why does the assembly turn golden-hued?
The Buddha replied, This is because Vimalakirti and Manjushri, with their followers circumambulating them, want to come here. Hence, these auspicious signs. At Vaisali, Vimalakirti said to Manjushri, We can now go and see the Buddha, so that we and the Bodhisattvas can pay reverence and make offerings to him. Manjushri said,
Excellent, let us go. It is now time to start.
Vimalakirti then used his transcendental powers to carry the whole meeting with the lions' thrones on the palm of his right hand and flew in the air to the Buddha's place. When they landed there, Vimalakirti bowed his head at his feet, walked around him from the right 7 times, and bringing his palms together, stood at one side. The Bodhisattvas left their lion thrones to bow their heads at his feet, and also walked around him 7 times and stood at one side. The Buddha's chief disciples, with Indra, Brahma, both as protectors of the Dharma, and the 4 Deva kings of the 4 heavens, also left their lion thrones, bowed their heads at his feet, walked around him 7 times, and then stood at one side. The Buddha comforted the Bodhisattvas and ordered them to take their seats to listen to his teaching. After they had sat down, the Buddha asked Sariputra, Have you seen what the great Bodhisattvas have done with their transcendental powers? Sariputra replied that he had. And he asked, What do you think of all this? Sariputra answered,
I saw them do inconceivable feats, which the mind can neither think of nor estimate.
Ananda then asked the Buddha,
World-honored one, the fragrance we are smelling was never perceived before. What is it?
The Buddha replied, Ananda, it is the fragrance given out by the pores of these bodhisattvas. At that, Sariputra said to Ananda,
Our pores also give the same fragrance.
Ananda asked Sariputra,
Where does it come from?
Sariputra replied,
It is this Upasaka Vimalakirti who obtained what was left over from the Buddha's meal in the fragrance land, and those who ate it at his abode give out this fragrance from their pores.
Ananda then asked Vimalakirti,
How long does this fragrance last?
Vimalakirti replied, It lasts until the rice has been digested. Ananda asked,
How long does this take?
Vimalakirti replied, It will be digested after a week. Ananda, Shravakas who have not reached the right position, that is, nirvana, will attain it after taking this rice, which will then be digestible. And those who have attained nirvana will realize liberation of their minds from the subtle conception of nirvana, and then the rice will be digested. Those who have not developed the Mahayana mind will develop it, and then the rice will be digested. Those who have developed it and take this rice will achieve the patient endurance of the uncreate, and the rice will then be digestible. Those who have achieved the patient endurance of the uncreate and take this rice will reincarnate once more for final development into Buddhahood, and the rice will be digested. Like an efficacious medicine which cures an ailment before wasting away, this rice will be digestible after it has killed all troubles and afflictions, or klesha. Ananda said to the Buddha,
World-honored one, it is indeed a rare thing that this fragrant rice performs the Buddha work of salvation.
The Buddha said, It is so, Ananda, it is so. There are Buddha lands where the Buddha light performs the work of salvation, where the Bodhisattvas perform it, where illusory men created by the Buddha do it, where the bo trees do it, where the Buddha's robe and bedding do it, where the rice taken by the Buddha does it, where parks and temples do it, where the Buddha's 32 physical marks and their 80 notable characteristics do it, where the Buddha's body or Rupakaya does it, and where empty space does it, and living beings practice discipline with success because of these causes. Also used for the same purpose are dream, illusion, shadow, echo, the image in a mirror, the moon reflected in water, the flame of a fire, sound, voice, word, speech and writing, the pure and clean Buddha land, silence with neither word nor speech, neither pointing, discerning action nor activity. Thus, Ananda, whatever the Buddhas do, by either revealing or concealing their awe-inspiring majesty, is the work of salvation. Ananda, because of the 4 basic delusions in reference to the ego, divided into 84,000 defilements, which cause living beings to endure troubles and tribulations, the Buddhas avail themselves of these trials to perform their works of salvation. This is called entering the Buddha's Dharma door to enlightenment, or Dharma Paryaya. When entering this Dharma door, if a bodhisattva sees all the clean Buddha lands, he should not give rise to joy, desire, and pride. And if he sees all the unclean Buddha lands, he should not give rise to sadness, hindrance, and disappointment. He should develop a pure and clean mind to revere all Tathagatas who rarely appear and whose merits are equal in spite of their appearance in different lands, clean and unclean, to teach and convert living beings. Ananda, you can see different Buddha lands, that is, clean and unclean, but you see no difference in space, which is the same everywhere. Likewise, the physical bodies of Buddhas differ from one another, but their omniscience is the same. Ananda, the underlying nature of the physical bodies of the Buddhas, their discipline, serenity, liberation, and full knowledge of liberation, their 10 powers, their 4 fearlessnesses, their 18 unsurpassed characteristics, their boundless kindness and compassion, their dignified deeds, their infinite lives, their preaching of the Dharma to teach and convert living beings and to purify Buddha lands are all the same. Hence their titles of Samyak Sambuddha, Tathagata, and Buddha. Ananda, if I am to give you the full meaning of these 3 titles, you will pass the whole eon without being able to hear it completely. Even if the great Chilakasm is full of living beings who are all good listeners and, like you, can hold in memory everything they hear about the Dharma, they will also pass the whole eon without being able to hear my full explanation of these 3 titles. For, Ananda, the Buddha's supreme enlightenment is boundless, and his wisdom and power of speech are inconceivable. Ananda said,
From now on, I dare no more claim to have heard much of the Dharma.
The Buddha said, Ananda, do not give way to backsliding. Why? Because I have said that you have heard much more about the Dharma than the Shravakas, but not than the Bodhisattvas. Ananda, a wise man should not make a limited estimate of the Bodhisattva stage, because the depths of the ocean can be measured, but the Bodhisattva's serenity, wisdom, imperturbability, power of speech, and all his merits cannot be measured. Ananda, let us put aside the Bodhisattva conduct. The transcendental powers which Vimalakirti has demonstrated today cannot be achieved by all Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas using their spiritual powers for hundreds and thousands of eons. Thereat, the visiting Bodhisattvas put their palms together and said to the Buddha,
World-honored one, when we first saw this world, we thought of its inferiority, but now we repent of our wrong opinion. Why? Because the expedients, upaya, employed by all Buddhas are inconceivable. Their aim being to deliver living beings, they appear in different Buddha lands suitable for the purpose. World-honored one, will you please bestow upon us some little Dharma, so that when we return to our own land, we can always remember you.
The Buddha said to them, "There are the exhaustible and the inexhaustible dharmas, which you should study. What is the exhaustible? It is the active or mundane dharma. What is the inexhaustible? It is the non-active or supramundane dharma. As bodhisattvas, you should not exhaust or put an end to the mundane state, nor should you stay in the supramundane state. What is meant by not exhausting the mundane state? It means not discarding great benevolence, not abandoning great compassion, developing a profound mind set on the quest of all knowledge, or Buddha knowledge, without relaxing for even an instant, indefatigable teaching and converting living beings, constant practice of the four bodhisattva winning methods, upholding the right dharma, even at the risk of one's body and life, unwearied planting of all excellent roots, unceasing application of expedient devices or upaya, and dedication or parinamana, never-ending quest of the Dharma, unsparing preaching of it, diligent worship of all Buddhas, hence fearlessness when entering the stream of birth and death, absence of joy in honor and of sadness in disgrace, refraining from slighting non-practicers of the Dharma, respecting practicers of Dharma as if they were Buddhas, helping those suffering from klesha to develop the right thought, keeping away from desire and pleasure with no idea of prizing such a high conduct, no preference for one's happiness, but joy at that of others, regarding one's experience in the state of samadhi as similar to that in a hell, considering one's stay in samsara, that is, state of birth and death, as similar to a stroll in a park, giving rise to the thought of being a good teacher of the Dharma when meeting those seeking it, giving away all possessions to realize all knowledge, giving rise to the thought of salvation when seeing those breaking the precepts, thinking of the 6 perfections or paramitas as dear as one's parents, thinking of the 37 conditions contributory to enlightenment as if they were one's helpful relatives, planting all excellent roots without any restrictions, gathering the glorious adornments of all pure lands to set up one's own Buddha land, unrestricted bestowal of Dharma to win all the excellent physical marks of the Buddha, wiping out all evils to purify one's body, mouth, and mind, developing undiminished bravery while transmigrating through samsara in countless eons, untiring determination to listen to an account of the Buddha's countless merits, using the sword of wisdom to destroy the bandits of klesha, to take living beings out of the realm of the 5 aggregates and 12 entrances so as to liberate them forever, using firm devotion to destroy the army of demons, unceasing search for the thought-free wisdom of reality, content with few desires while not running away from the world in order to continue the bodhisattva work of salvation, not infringing the rules of respect-inspiring deportment while entering the world to deliver living beings, use of the transcendental power derived from wisdom to guide and lead all living beings, controlling the thinking process in order never to forget the Dharma, being aware of the roots of all living beings in order to cut off their doubts and suspicions about their underlying nature, use of the power of speech to preach the Dharma without impediment, perfecting the 10 good deeds to win the blessings of men and devas in order to be reborn among them to spread the Dharma, practicing the 4 infinite minds, namely kindness, pity, joy, and indifference, to teach the Brahma heavens, rejoicing at being invited to expound and extol the Dharma in order to win the Buddha's skillful method of preaching, realizing excellence of body, mouth, and mind to win the Buddha's respect-inspiring deportment, profound practice of good Dharma to make one's deeds unsurpassed, practicing Mahayana to become a bodhisattva monk, and developing an ever-receding mind in order not to miss all excellent merits. This is the bodhisattva not exhausting the mundane state. What is the bodhisattva not staying in the supramundane state or nirvana? It means studying and practicing the immaterial but without abiding in voidness, studying and practicing formlessness and inaction but without abiding in them, studying and practicing that which is beyond causes but without remaining in it, looking into impermanence without discarding the roots of good causation, looking into suffering in the world without hating birth and death, that is, samsara, looking into the absence of the ego while continuing to teach all living beings indefatigably, looking into nirvana with no intention of dwelling in it permanently, looking into the relinquishment of nirvana while one's body and mind are set on the practice of all good deeds, looking into the non-existing destinations of all things while the mind is set on practicing excellent actions as true destinations, looking into the unborn, that is, the uncreate, while abiding in the illusion of life to shoulder responsibility to save others, looking into passionlessness without cutting off the passion stream in order to stay in the world to liberate others, looking into the state of non-action while carrying out the Dharma to teach and convert living beings, looking into nothingness without forgetting about great compassion, looking into the right position, that is, nirvana, without following the Hinayana habit of staying in it, looking into the unreality of all phenomena, which are neither firm nor have an independent nature, and are egoless and formless. But since one's own fundamental vows are not entirely fulfilled, one should not regard merits, serenity, and wisdom as unreal, and so cease practicing them. This is the bodhisattva not staying in the non-active state. Further, to win merits, a bodhisattva does not stay in the supramundane, and to realize wisdom, he does not exhaust the mundane. Because of his great kindness and compassion, he does not remain in the supramundane, and in order to fulfill all his vows, he does not exhaust the mundane. To gather the Dharma medicines, he does not stay in the supramundane, and to administer remedies, he does not exhaust the mundane. Since he knows the illnesses of all living beings, he does not stay in the supramundane, and since he wants to cure their illnesses, he does not exhaust the mundane. Virtuous ones, a bodhisattva practicing this Dharma neither exhausts the mundane nor stays in the supramundane. This is called the exhaustible and inexhaustible Dharma doors to liberation, which you should study. After hearing the Buddha expounding the Dharma, the visiting bodhisattvas were filled with joy and rained heavenly flowers of various colors and fragrances in the great chilakasam as offerings to the Buddha and his sermon. After this, they bowed their heads at the Buddha's feet and praised his teaching, which they had not heard before, saying,
How wonderful is Sakyamuni Buddha's skillful use of expedient methods or upaya.
After saying this, they disappeared to return to their own land. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 12, Seeing Aksobhaya Buddha. The Buddha then asked Vimalakirti, "You spoke of coming here to see the Tathagata, but how do you see him impartially?" Vimalakirti replied, "Seeing reality in one's body is how to see the Buddha. I see the Tathagata did not come in the past, will not go in the future, and does not stay in the present. The Tathagata is seen neither in form, or the first aggregate, nor in the extinction of form, nor in the underlying nature of form. Neither is he seen in responsiveness, conception, discrimination, and consciousness, that is, the four other aggregates, their extinction, and their underlying natures. The Tathagata is not created by the four elements, that is, earth, water, fire, and air, for he is immaterial, like space. He does not come from the union of the six entrances, that is, the six sense organs, for he is beyond eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and intellect. He is beyond the three worlds of desire, form, and formlessness, for he is free from the three defilements, namely desire, hate, and stupidity. He is in line with the three gates of nirvana, and has achieved the three states of enlightenment, or three insights, which do not differ from the underlying nature of unenlightenment. He is neither unity nor diversity, neither selfness nor otherness, neither form nor formlessness, neither on this shore of unenlightenment, nor on the other shore of enlightenment, nor in midstream when converting living beings. He looks into the nirvana condition of stillness and extinction of worldly existence, but does not dwell in its permanent extinction. He is neither this nor that, and cannot be revealed by these two extremes. He cannot be known by intellect or perceived by consciousness. He is neither bright nor obscure. He is nameless and formless, being neither strong nor weak, neither clean nor unclean, neither in a given place nor outside of it, and neither mundane nor supramundane. He can neither be pointed out nor spoken of. He is neither charitable nor selfish. He neither keeps nor breaks the precepts, is beyond patience and anger, diligence and remissness, stillness and disturbance. He is neither intelligent nor stupid, and neither honest nor deceitful. He neither comes nor goes, and neither enters nor leaves. He is beyond the paths of word and speech. He is neither the field of blessedness nor its opposite, neither worthy nor unworthy of worship and offerings. He can be neither seized nor released, and is beyond, is, and is not. He is equal to reality and to the nature of Dharma, and cannot be designated and estimated, for he is beyond figuring and measuring. He is neither large nor small, is neither visible nor audible, can neither be felt nor known, is free from all ties and bondage, is equal to the all-knowledge and to the underlying nature of all living beings, and cannot be differentiated from all things. He is beyond gain and loss, free from defilement and troubles, or klesha, beyond creating and giving rise to anything, beyond birth and death, beyond fear and worry, beyond like and dislike, and beyond existence in the past, future, and present. He cannot be revealed by word, speech, discerning, and pointing. World-honored one, the body of the Tathagata being such, seeing him as above mentioned is correct, whereas seeing him otherwise is wrong. Thereupon, Sariputra asked Vimalakirti,
"Where did you die to be reborn here?"
Vimalakirti asked back, Is the Sravaka Dharma which you have realized subject to death and rebirth? Sariputra replied,
It is beyond death and birth.
Vimalakirti asked, If there is neither birth nor death, why did you ask me, where did you die to be reborn here? What do you think of illusory men and women created by an illusionist? Are they subject to death and birth? Sariputra replied,
They are not subject to death and birth. Have you not heard the Buddha say that all things are illusions?
Vimalakirti said, Yes, if all things are illusions, why did you ask me where I died to be reborn here? Sariputra, death is unreal and deceptive, and means decay and destruction to the worldly man, while life, which is also unreal and deceptive, means continuance to him. As to the Bodhisattva, although he disappears in one place, he does not put an end to his good deeds, and although he reappears in another, he prevents evils from arising. Thereat, the Buddha said to Sariputra, There is a Buddha land called the Realm of Profound Joy, whose Buddha is Aksobhaya Buddha, where Vimalakirti disappeared to come here. Sariputra said,
It is a rare thing, world-honored one, that this man could leave a pure land to come to this world full of hatred and harmfulness.
Vimalakirti asked Sariputra, Sariputra, what do you think of sunlight? When it appears, does it unite with darkness? Sariputra replied,
Where there is sunlight, there is no darkness.
Vimalakirti asked, Why does the sun shine on Jambudvipa, or this earth? Sariputra replied,
It shines to destroy darkness.
Vimalakirti said, Likewise, a bodhisattva, although born in an unclean Buddha land, does not join and unite with the darkness of ignorance, but teaches and converts living beings to destroy the obscurity of klesha. As the assembly admired and wished to see the immutable Tathagata, the bodhisattvas and shravakas of the pure land of profound joy, the Buddha, who read their thoughts, said to Vimalakirti, Virtuous man, please show the immutable Tathagata and the bodhisattvas and shravakas of the land of profound joy to this assembly who want to see them. Vimalakirti thought that he should, while remaining seated, take with his hand the world of profound joy, with its iron-enclosing mountains, hills, rivers, streams, ravines, springs, seas, sumerus, sun, moon, stars, planets, palaces of heavenly dragons, ghosts, spirits and devas, bodhisattvas, shravakas, towns, hamlets, men and women of all ages, the immutable Tathagata, his bow tree, and beautiful lotus blossoms, which were used to perform the Buddha work of salvation in the 10 directions, as well as the 3 flights of gemmed steps linking Jambudvipa, or our earth, with trace stream-sas, by which the devas descended to earth to pay reverence to the immutable Tathagata and to listen to his dharma, and by which men ascended to trace stream-sas to see the devas. All this was the product of countless merits of the realm of profound joy, from the Akanistha heaven above to the seas below, and was lifted by Vimalakirti with his right hand, with the same ease with which a potter raises his wheel, taking everything to earth to show it to the assembly as if showing his own headdress. Vimalakirti then entered the state of samadhi and used his supramundane power to take with his right hand the world of profound joy which he placed on earth. The bodhisattvas, shravakas, and some devas who had realized supramundane powers said to their Buddha,
World-honored one, who is taking us away? Will you please protect us?
The immutable Buddha said, This is not done by me, but by Vimalakirti, who is using his supramundane power. But those who had not won supramundane powers neither knew nor felt that they had changed place. The world of profound joy neither expanded nor shrank after landing on the earth, which was neither compressed nor straightened, remaining unchanged as before. Thereat, Sakyamuni Buddha said to the assembly, "Look at the immutable Tathagata of the land of profound joy, which is majestic, where the bodhisattvas live purely, and the Buddha's disciples are spotless." The assembly replied,
"Yes, we have seen."
The Buddha said, "If a bodhisattva wishes to live in such a pure and clean Buddha land, he should practice the path trodden by the immutable Tathagata." When the Pure Land of Profound Joy appeared, 14 Nayutas of people in this Saha world developed the mind set on supreme enlightenment and vowed to be reborn in the realm of profound joy. Sakyamuni Buddha then prophesied their coming rebirth there. After the visiting bodhisattvas had done their work of salvation for the benefit of living beings in this world, the Pure Land of Profound Joy returned to its original place, and this was seen by the whole assembly. The Buddha then said to Sariputra, "Have you seen the world of profound joy and its immutable Tathagata?" Sariputra replied,
Yes, world-honored one, I have. May all living beings win a pure land similar to that of the immutable Buddha and achieve supramundane powers like those of Vimalakirti. World-honored one, we shall soon realize a great benefit resulting from our meeting and paying obeisance to this man now, and living beings hearing the sutra now or after the Buddha's nirvana will also realize a great benefit. How much more so if after hearing it, they believe, understand, receive, and uphold it, or read, recite, explain, and preach it, and practice its Dharma accordingly. He who receives the sutra with both hands will in reality secure the treasure of the Dharma gem. If, in addition, he reads, recites, and understands its meaning and practices it accordingly, he will be blessed and protected by all Buddhas. Those making offerings to this man, Vimalakirti, will through him automatically make offerings to all Buddhas. He who copies the sutra to put it into practice will be visited by the Tathagata who will come to his house. He who rejoices at hearing the sutra is destined to win all knowledge, and he who can believe and understand the sutra, or even any of its 4-line gathas, and teaches it to others, receive the Buddha's prophecy of his future realization of supreme enlightenment.
The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 13, The Offering of Dharma. Thereupon, Sakra, who was in the assembly, said to the Buddha,
World-honored one, although I have listened to hundreds and thousands of sutras expounded by you and Manjusri, I did not hear of this inconceivable sutra of supra-mundane sovereign power and absolute reality. As I understand from your present teaching, if living beings listening to the Dharma of this sutra believe, understand, receive, uphold, read, and recite it, they will surely realize this Dharma. How much more so if someone practices it as expounded? He will shut all doors to evil destinies and will open up all doors to blessedness, will win the Buddha's perfection, will overcome heresy, destroy demons, cultivate Bodhi, set up a place of enlightenment or Bodhi mandala, and follow in the Tathagata's footsteps. World-honored one, if there are people who receive, uphold, read, recite, and practice this sutra, I and my followers will provide them with all the necessities of life. If this sutra is kept in a town or a hamlet, in a grove or a desert, I and my followers will come to the place of the preacher to listen to its Dharma. I shall cause the unbelievers to develop faith in this sermon. As to the believers of it, I shall protect them."
The Buddha said, "Excellent, Sakra, excellent. It is gratifying to hear what you have just said. This sutra gives a detailed exposition of the inconceivable supreme enlightenment realized by past, future, and present Buddhas. Therefore, Sakra, if a virtuous man or woman receives, keeps, reads, recites, and reveres this sutra, such an attitude is equal to making offerings to past, future, and present Buddhas. Sakra, if the great Chilakasam were full of countless Tathagatas, as many as the sugar canes, bamboos, reeds, rice grains, and hemp seeds in its fields, and if a virtuous man or woman who has passed either a whole eon or a decreasing kalpa to revere, honor, praise, serve, and make offerings to these Buddhas, and then, after their nirvana or death, should build with relics from their bodies a 7-gemmed stupa as large as the 4 Deva heavens put together, and of a height reaching the Brahma heaven with a majestic spire, to which he or she will make offerings of flowers, incense, strings of precious stones, banners, and melodious music, during either a whole kalpa or in a decreasing one, Sakra, what do you think of his or her merits? Are they many?" Sakra replied,
"Very many, world-honored one, and it is impossible to count his or her merits for hundreds and thousands of eons."
The Buddha said, "Sakra, you should know that if another virtuous man or woman, after hearing this sutra of inconceivable liberation, believes, understands, receives, keeps, reads, recites, and practices this sutra, his or her merits will surpass those of the former man or woman. Why? Because the Bodhi, or enlightenment, of all Buddhas originates from this Dharma, and since enlightenment is beyond all measuring, the merits of this sutra cannot be estimated." The Buddha continued, "Long before an uncountable number of eons in the past, there was a Buddha called Vaisayaraja, whose titles are Tathagata, Arhat, Samyak Sambuddha, Vidyakarana Sampanna, Sugata, Lokavid, Anuttara, Parusadamya Sarathi, Sasta Diva Manusanyam, and Buddha Lokanatha, or Bhagavan. His world was called Mahavyuha, and the then Eon Alamkara Kakalpa. The Buddha Vaisayaraja lived for 20 small kalpas. The number of Shravakas reached 36 Nayutas, and that of Bodhisattvas 12 lakhs. There, Sakra, was a heavenly ruler, or Cakravarti, called Precious Canopy, who possessed all the 7 treasures and was the guardian of 4 heavens. He had 1,000 sons who were respectable and brave and had overcome all opposition. At the time, Precious Canopy and his retinue had worshipped and made offerings to the Tathagata Vaisayaraja for 5 eons, after which he said to his 1,000 sons,
"You should respectfully make offerings to the Buddha as I have done."
Obeying their father's order, they made offerings to the Tathagata Vaisaya for 5 eons, after which one of the sons, called Lunar Canopy, while alone, thought,
"Is there some other form of offering surpassing what we have made up to now?"
Under the influence of the Buddha's transcendental powers, a diva in the sky said,
Virtuous man, the offering of Dharma surpasses all other forms of offering.
Lunar Canopy asked.
"What is this offering of Dharma?"
The diva replied,
Go and ask the Tathagata Vaisajya, who will explain it fully.
Thereupon, Lunar Canopy came to the Tathagata Vaisaya, bowed his head at his feet, and stood at his side, asking,
World-honored one, I have heard that the offering of Dharma surpasses all other forms of offering. What is the offering of Dharma?
The Tathagata replied, Virtuous one, the offering of Dharma is preached by all Buddhas in profound sutras, but it is hard for worldly men to believe and accept it, as its meaning is subtle and not easily detected, for it is spotless in its purity and cleanness. It is beyond the reach of thinking and discriminating. It contains the treasury of the Bodhisattva's Dharma store and is sealed by the Dharani symbol. It never backslides, for it achieves the 6 perfections, or paramitas, discerns the difference between various meanings, is in line with the Bodhidharma, is at the top of all sutras. It helps people to enter upon great kindness and great compassion, to keep from demons and perverse views, and to conform with the law of causality and the teaching on the unreality of an ego, a man, a living being, and a life, and on voidness, formlessness, non-creating, and non-uprising. It enables living beings to sit in a Bodhi mandala, to turn the wheel of the law. It is praised and honored by heavenly dragons, Gandharvas, etc. It can help living beings to reach the Buddha's Dharma store and gather all knowledge, or sarvajna, realized by saints and sages. Preach the path followed by all bodhisattvas. Rely on the reality underlying all things. Proclaim the doctrine of impermanence, suffering, voidness, and absence of ego and nirvana. It can save all living beings who have broken the precepts and keep in awe all demons, heretics, and greedy people. It is praised by the Buddhas, saints, and sages, for it wipes out suffering from birth and death, proclaims the joy in nirvana as preached by the past, future, and present Buddhas in the 10 directions. If a listener, after hearing about this sutra, believes, understands, receives, upholds, reads and recites it, and uses appropriate methods or upaya to preach it clearly to others, this upholding of the Dharma is called the offering of Dharma. Further, the practice of all Dharmas as preached, to keep in line with the doctrine of the 12 links in the chain of existence, to wipe out all heterodox views, to achieve the patient endurance of the uncreate or anutpatti dharma kasanti as beyond creation, to settle once for all the unreality of the ego and the non-existence of living beings, and to forsake all dualities of ego and its objects without deviation from and contradiction to the law of causality and retribution for good and evil, by trusting to the meaning rather than to the letter, to wisdom rather than consciousness, to sutras revealing the whole truth rather than to those of partial revelation, and to the Dharma instead of the man, that is the preacher, to conform with the 12 links in the chain of existence, or nidanas that have neither whence to come nor whither to go, beginning from ignorance, which is fundamentally non-existent, and conception, which is also basically unreal, down to birth, which is fundamentally non-existent, and old age and death, which are equally unreal. Thus contemplated, the 12 links in the chain of existence are inexhaustible, thereby putting an end to the wrong view of annihilation. This is the unsurpassed offering of Dharma. The Buddha then said to Sakra, Lunar Canopy, after hearing the Dharma from the Buddha Vaisaya, or the Buddha of medicine, realized only the patience of meekness, and took off his precious robe to offer it to that Buddha, saying,
World-honored one, after your nirvana, I shall make offerings of Dharma to uphold the right doctrine. Will your awe-inspiring majesty help me to overcome the demons and to practice the Bodhisattva line of conduct?
The Buddha Vaisaya knew of his deep thought and prophesied, "Until the last moment you will guard the Dharma-protecting citadel." Sakra, at that time, lunar canopy, perceived the pure and clean Dharma, and after receiving the Buddha's prophecy, believed it and left his home to join the order. He practiced the Dharma so diligently that he soon realized the 5 transcendental powers. In his bodhisattva development, he won the endless power of speech through his perfect control, or dharani, of all external influences. After the nirvana of the Buddha Vaisaya, he used this power of speech to turn the wheel of the law, spreading the Dharma widely for 10 small eons. Lunar Canopy was indefatigable in his preaching of the Dharma and converted 1,000,000 lakhs of people who stood firm in their quest of supreme enlightenment. 14 Neudas of people who set their minds on achieving the Sravaka and Pratyeka Buddha stages, and countless living beings who were reborn in the heavens. Sakra, who was that royal precious canopy? He is now a Buddha called the Tathagata Precious Flame, and his 1,000 sons are the 1,000 Buddhas of the present Bhadrakalpa, the virtuous eon, whose first Buddha was Krakuchanda, and last Buddha was Ruchika. Bhikshu Lunar Canopy was myself. Sakra, you should know that the offering of Dharma is the highest form of offering. Therefore, Sakra, you should make offering of Dharma as an offering to all Buddhas. The Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, Chapter 14, Injunction to Spread this Sutra. The Buddha then said to Maitreya, "Maitreya, I now entrust you with the Dharma of supreme enlightenment, which I have collected during countless eons. In the 3rd and last period of the Buddha Kalpa, you should use transcendental power to proclaim widely in Jambudvipa, or the earth, profound sutras such as this one, without allowing them to be discontinued. For in future generations there will be virtuous men and women, as well as heavenly dragons, ghosts, spirits, Gandharvas, and Rakshasas, who will take pleasure in the great Dharma and will set their minds on the quest of supreme enlightenment. If they do not hear about such sutras, they will miss a great advantage. For these people are fond of and believe in these sutras, which they will readily accept by placing them on their heads, and which they will widely proclaim for the profit of living beings. Maitreya, you should know that there are 2 categories of bodhisattvas: those who prefer proud words and a racy style, and those who are not afraid of digging out the profound meanings which they can penetrate. Fondness of proud words and a racy style denotes the superficiality of a newly initiated bodhisattva. But he who, after hearing about the freedom from infection and bondage as taught in profound sutras, is not afraid of their deep meanings which he strives to master, thereby developing a pure mind to receive, keep, read, recite, and practice the Dharma as preached, is a bodhisattva who has trained for a long time. Maitreya, there are 2 classes of newly initiated bodhisattvas who cannot understand very deep dharmas: those who have not heard about profound sutras, and who, giving way to fear and suspicion, cannot keep them, but indulge in slandering them, saying,
"I have never heard about them. Where do they come from?"
And those who refuse to call on, respect, and make offerings to the preachers of profound sutras or who find fault with the latter. These are two classes of newly initiated bodhisattvas who cannot control their minds when hearing the deep Dharma, thereby harming themselves. Maitreya, further, there are two categories of bodhisattvas who harm themselves and fail to realize the patient endurance of the uncreate in spite of their belief and understanding of the deep Dharma. They are, firstly, those who belittle newly initiated bodhisattvas and do not teach and guide them. And secondly, those who, despite their faith in the deep Dharma, still give rise to discrimination between form and formlessness. After hearing the Buddha expound the Dharma, Maitreya said,
World-honored one, I have not heard all this before. As you have said, I shall keep from these evils and uphold the Dharma of supreme enlightenment which the Tathagata has collected during countless eons. In future, if there are virtuous men and women who seek for Mahayana, I shall see to it that this sutra will be placed in their hands, and shall use transcendental power to make them remember it, so that they can receive, keep, read, recite, and proclaim it widely. World-honored one, in the coming Dharma-ending age, if there are those who can receive, keep, read, and recite this sutra, and expound it widely, they will do so under the influence of my transcendental power.
The Buddha said, Excellent, Maitreya, excellent. As you have said, I will help you achieve this great joy. At that, all the bodhisattvas in the assembly brought their palms together and said to the Buddha,
After your nirvana, we will also proclaim this Dharma of supreme enlightenment widely in the 10 directions, and will guide preachers of Dharma to obtain this sutra.
The 4 kings of Devas said to the Buddha,
World-honored one, in all towns and villages, in the groves and wilderness, and where there is this sutra and people reading, reciting, explaining, and proclaiming it, I will lead local officials to go to their places, to listen to the Dharma, and to protect them, so that no one dares to come within 100 yohanas of their places to trouble them.
The Buddha then said to Ananda, Ananda, you too should receive, keep, and spread this sutra widely. Ananda said,
Yes, world-honored one, I have received this sutra and will keep it. What is its title?
The Buddha said, Ananda, its title is The Sutra Spoken by Vimalakirti, or The Inconceivable Door to Liberation, under which you should receive and keep it. After the Buddha had expounded this sutra, the old Upasaka Vimalakirti, Manjushri, Sariputra, Ananda, and others, as well as Devas, Asuras, and all those present, were filled with joy, believed, received, and kept it, paid reverence, and went away.